retired Master Sergeant in the Army National Guard. And today, we're having a People's Filibuster. Filibuster's purpose is to talk directly to members of Congress about their lack of action on gun control. As a soldier for 24 years, my husband spent 32 years. I've trained soldiers for war, taken them to the range, helped them learn how to use their weapon as the tool that it is, the tool of violence to murder the enemy. They're the enemy. But these murderers who have taken the lives of children, shoppers, people's in doctor's offices, people walking down the street, their boyfriends, their loved ones, these people's only purpose is to terrorize their friends, their neighbors, their co-workers, and finally perhaps commit suicide by cop. Many of these people have been taken into custody, including the Buffalo mass murderer. We also have plenty of evidence that people who are under 18 years old have a tendency to purchase weapons to make them look like Rambo before they go in and terrorize their classmates in a school. In Uvalde, we have seen evidence that even when you train, supposedly, police officers and properly equip them, they are incapable of confronting a murderer to whom, to whom are they responsible? Plenty of you in Congress have called on teachers to purchase weapons and arm themselves, safeguard their students. What a stupid thing to say. We have vilified and drugged those teachers through the mud. We have banned their books and called them out in public. We have laid every detail of our lives at the feet of our teachers. We have called them names for not educating our kids properly. We have told them that they can't talk about certain subjects, and now you want to give them a gun. And then what are you going to do if a gunman comes into their classroom and they shoot a kid instead of the gunman? What are you going to do if that gunman comes into the classroom, like the one in Buffalo, covered in body armor, and he kills a teacher and takes that handgun and uses that on the children? That is not the answer. The Second Amendment was not made to be inviolate. The Second Amendment, even Scalia said, could have regulations applied. That seems to make sense. A universal background check. Exactly what harm comes from waiting a few days until we find out whether or not you're under a doctor's care for schizophrenia? How about whether or not a private person can sell to another person? Well, I'll tell you this right now. I wouldn't sell a weapon to a private person if I thought for a moment that person would take it out and use it on their loved ones or maybe even themselves. We have enough problems with service people purchasing weapons on the spur of the moment and deciding to eat the gun. There is nothing wrong with regulating any amendment. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't touch it. And oh, by the way, just for your information, the first line of that amendment is well-regulated militia. That would be me, not you. I got the proof on the wall behind me. We know how to operate that tool, and we know what it's for. The civilian version of the M16, the AR-15, is still a weapon made to kill human beings. And I don't care what your silly ass opinion is about going out and plinking with it or shooting gophers. You're just a wannabe. If you really want to carry around a weapon like that, I suggest you join the service. Do somebody some good. Instead of beating your chest and trying to be a big man by walking around with a gun. I've walked around in war zones with a gun. Let me tell you something, it's not comfortable, and I don't want to do it again. I think most soldiers agree with me. I've seen the faces of first sergeants and senior NCOs who've lost their soldiers in a war zone. I don't want to go see the faces of the parents who've lost their children in a school. I never want to have to hear about a doctor who was murdered by one of his patients. Remember, we used to make jokes about going postal. It's not funny. People walking into their workplaces and killing their boss. There are 400 million guns in America today and 325 million citizens. 10 years ago, there were 300 million guns. So over the last 10 years, we have sold 10 million guns a year. Every year. And what has that gotten us? The best armed and equipped mass murderers on the planet. Congress has made sure of it. Congress has supported the rights of the gun and the rights of the murderer since Columbine. The Congress has not implemented any significant laws to regulate the ownership of weapons that have only one purpose, and that's to end life. That's the purpose. We hear a lot of nonsense about good guys with guns. Tell that to the family of Aaron Salter Jr., the good guy with the gun and the training, the retired police officer who defended his neighbors at that grocery store in Buffalo against a gunman armed with an M16 and covered in body armor. Officer Salter struck that gunman at least once. He's still dead. Ask about arming the entire country, because it is. Ask those parishioners in the Taiwanese church in Southern California. The gunman comes in, kills one of them, and how was he stopped? He was stopped by a parishioner with a chair. Not a gun, a chair. This good guy with a gun thing is nonsense. This idea of arming teachers is equally nonsensical. You cannot arm a teacher and then walk away and say, oh, everything is hunky-dunky. No. You spent 24 years training soldiers to kill people. You don't put a few rounds down range and suddenly you've become an SF trooper. It doesn't work that way. A gunman has every single advantage any enemy could possibly have. They have pre-planning, they have chosen the target, they have chosen the time, they have violence, and they have anger, and they have hatred on their side. Those teachers, they are taken by surprise. Put yourself, for a change, in the classroom with somebody who's 55 years old and 40 pounds overweight, with a bunch of little kids. When a gunman enters that room, fully loaded, full of hate, starting to shoot children, ask yourself if you would be capable of reacting in a way that would take out the gunman and not one of the screaming, terrified children. If you were honest with yourself, you would say, well, that's ridiculous. Of course, that is ridiculous. It is dumb, dumb, dumb. I don't want to live in the Wild West. I don't want to live where the murder rate is 20 per 100,000. I don't want to live in a country where I can't walk into a grocery store with full knowledge that I'm perfectly safe from some idiot who thinks they're Rambo and has decided since their girlfriend broke up with them that they're going to take a few people out before they take themselves out. I don't want to live in that country. I want to live in a country where the
It's about the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Assault rifles are scary. They're big and meant for battle. I understand why members of the military and law enforcement might need that kind of weapon, but in the wrong hands, these guns are extremely dangerous.
We need action now, starting with common sense gun safety measures that protect our children and offer all of us a safer tomorrow.
I need you politicians to hear us, all of your constituents across this entire nation, when we say, you got to get creative.
There is widespread agreement among experts and ordinary people alike on what works. Universal background checks.
Closing gun show loopholes, passing federal waiting periods.
Red flag laws that make sense, that protect the mentally unhealthy from hurting themselves and protect people from domestic abuse. These are things that we all agree on.
How can this living nightmare still be happening?
We know how to stop gun violence.
We can do better than this.
We have folks on both sides of the aisle who are coming together because they know it's important to protect our children. And that's what this is really all about.
This is our opportunity. We need to come together. We need to make our voices heard.
We need help, and we know that you cannot do it alone. So we are here to say we are willing to lift this load with you, but we need you to hear our hearts.
And give the American people hope.
Rise to the occasion and do what you were elected to do.
I'm challenging Congress to step up.
Republican from Cincinnati, Ohio, and together with Alan Casey, a Democrat from Massachusetts, co-founded 24/7, the People's Filibuster for Gun Safety. Americans all across the country, across 30 states, parents who've lost children, survivors of gun violence, NRA members, gun owners, military leaders, faith leaders, business leaders, and people in communities all across the country who've experienced gun violence and mass shootings have been making common cause across more than 200 hours of ongoing round-the-clock testimony to advocate for gun safety reforms. But Americans were waiting 30 years for action until an extraordinary leader in the United States Senate who had written a book about the violence inside us and thought deeply about what America could do about the slaughter of our people and the feeling of unsafety in our communities, came forward and in a bipartisan, humble, calm fashion brought together an extraordinary coalition with Senator John Cornyn, with Senator Sinema and Senator Tillis to take the views and perspectives of the American people and translate them into action. We are thrilled to have with us today that leader, Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut.
John, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and thank you to you, John, to Al, put together an absolutely extraordinary testimony over the course. Just watching the highlights, I shudder to think the level of emotion that has been broadcast to the world over the course of the last 7 days. And I'm just simply so grateful to you for today is going to be an extraordinary day. For 30 years, this country has seen mass shooting after mass shooting, homicide after homicide, suicide after suicide, families, communities being ripped apart, and has done nothing about it. Congress has decided to put its politics ahead of the safety of this country year after year after year, despite the fact that the changes necessary in our laws to make this country safer really aren't controversial at all outside of Washington, D.C. The things that we will be voting on today, the things that I think are necessary moving forward, are supported by 80–90% of the American public. Important today, at this moment, is that we break that 30-year logjam, that we show progress is possible. We show that it is possible for Republicans and Democrats to come out of those corners and to be able to work together to make our schools safer. I've never seen families and kids, parents, as scared as they were after Uvalde and after Buffalo. And they were scared for the safety of their children, but they were also scared that their government was so fundamentally broken that it couldn't step up and address the one thing that matters most to anybody in this country, the safety of their kids. Right? What wouldn't you give to protect your children from physical harm? You'd give away your job, the roof over your head, your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner if it was necessary in order to protect your kids. And so why, given the sacrifices that Americans would be willing to make to protect their children, was Congress not willing to sacrifice, right, your political safety in order to protect those kids as well? We've spent 4 weeks, 24/7, literally, putting this legislation together. A reporter this morning on a television show asked me, was there any time during the last 4 weeks where you worried that the negotiations were going to crumble? And I told them that I couldn't count the number of times that we were in peril of the negotiations ending. But Senator Cornyn and Senator Tillis, Senator Sinema, and I decided that this time was going to be different. We were not going to let 30 years of inaction stop us. And so we sat at that table day after day, hour after hour, until we had come to a conclusion about a set of investments and interventions that could make our streets and our schools safer. What we're doing is investing in red flag laws. These are the laws that allow authorities and courts to temporarily take guns away from individuals who are presenting a threat of harm to themselves or others. We're going to elevate the kind of background check we do on young buyers and require there to be a short pause before an 18 to 21-year-old can get a weapon to make sure that they are out of crisis before they walk out of a store with an AR-15. We're going to make sure that every domestic abuser, whether it be a spouse or a boyfriend, has their guns taken away if they get convicted of domestic assault. We're going to tighten our background check system to make sure that everybody who is in the commercial business of selling firearms conducts background checking and straw purchasing to stop the illegal flow of weapons into our cities. And on top of all that, we're going to invest $15 billion in school and community safety and mental health access. We're going to build a new network of community health centers all across this country, targeting the most underserved communities. I'm super proud of what we've done. And people ask me, what's different this time around? Right? Why, after 30 years of failure, are we on the verge of success for the first time in 3 decades? And the answer is pretty simple. It's all of you. Been built over the past decade that decided, obstacle after obstacle, failure after failure, to not stop because you were convinced of the righteousness of your cause. You knew that eventually Congress had to stand up and listen. And I understand that this isn't everything that we need, but this is unquestionably a result not of my ability of political persuasion, but of the strength of people speaking truth to power over and over and over again. And so I'm just deeply grateful for everything that you have done. I'll never forget the thing in Sandy Hook. I was there outside the room as the 20 sets of parents who remained were told. And 3 weeks later, I was at a community center in the north end of our state when furious parents looked at me and said, why are you paying attention now? Why is this country all of a sudden interested in gun violence when it's been happening in our neighborhood for decades? In many ways, that moment was just as devastating as the experience in Sandy Hook because I realized I had failed throughout my political career to stand up for those families. And so we have an answer today. We have an answer. It's not a complete answer, but it is an answer that allows us to tell families all across this country that the era of inaction is over. And the question now is what is possible going forward. So thank you for what you have done. Thank you for the testimony that you have brought to Congress over the course of the last week. What an exceptional effort that you have made. And as we have been successful in landing this bill on the floor of the Senate, it is no doubt due in part to the work that you have endeavored to undertake over the course of the last week. And I'm grateful to be here to help you culminate what has been a difference-making effort. So to John and to Alan and to everyone who has been part of the People's Filibuster, I express to you my deepest gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Murphy, for your extraordinary leadership, your tireless advocacy, never giving up, and building a beautiful bipartisan coalition to finally break the logjam after 30 years. We are deeply honored to have you. I'm Alan Casey, as Bridge said. I have a deep privilege of helping to organize this extraordinary 24/7 People's Filibuster for Gun Safety. And I'm deeply honored to welcome and introduce our next guest. We are deeply blessed to have the Reverend Dr. William J. Barber II grace us by joining us today. Reverend Dr. Barber is the president of Repairers of the Breach and co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. With the Fellowship of Affirming Ministries, the author of 4 books, the architect of the moral movement, which innovated with Moral Mondays. So he deeply understands what we are doing here with 24/7, giving the people at the grassroots a sustained voice to share their passion and their views with our country and our nation's leaders. Reverend Dr. Barber has received numerous awards: the MacArthur Genius Award, the Franklin D. Roosevelt Four Freedoms Award, the North Carolina Award. But even more impressive than numerous awards is life by his values. From a very young age, he had a deep moral clarity and integrity. He has put into action what Dr. King told us, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And Reverend Barber has built a beautiful intersectional coalition bringing together all of the major social justice causes of our time and saying that we must. He is among the preeminent moral leaders in our country because of what he stands for, what he fights for, and who he believes in. Just last Saturday, he galvanized 100,000 people to join right down the street here in D.C. and 1 million people online calling for moral justice. We are so blessed to have you add your beautiful voice and your leadership to 24/7, the People's Filibuster for Gun Safety. Thank you for taking time to add your incredible leadership to this cause. Please welcome Reverend Dr. William Barber.
The race is not given to or even to the swiftest, but to those who endure until the end. I want to thank you, my friend, for allowing us to come here, and on behalf of my church congregation, local pastorate, Greenlee Christian Church, Repairers of the Breach, the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, which now has state coordinating committees in 38 states across the country and over 375 partners, allies, and some 25 religious and denominational bodies as a part of our work in the movement to address systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, denial of health care, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism and white supremacy. Actually have some new numbers coming in that they've said now that there were at least 150,000 people and several million people online, and those numbers continue to grow. Articulation, sustained activism, sustained commitment is something we know from as far back as Frederick Douglass when he said, "Power never concedes anything without a struggle. And those who want the rain without the thunder and the lightning, and those who want freedom and justice are like those who want the rain without the thunder and the lightning, who want justice without the deep commitment." And I want to thank all of you with this 24/7 People's Filibuster, because whenever you have constant attempts to block what you're doing, many times it's a sign that you're right. And it's a sign that you have to stay at it. Nothing that we believe in as progressive values and policies 100 years ago was thought impossible. 120 years ago, everything we hold dear today, from labor rights to Social Security to civil rights to women's rights to LGBTQ rights, those things were all seen as impossible. But there always has to be a remnant of people who refuse to give up, who actually get stronger every time they lose. Frederick Douglass again said there comes a time that you have to intensify and embolden your agitation. As I could not help but think that when some people's appetite and affinity for guns is greater than their desire for living wages, greater than their desire for the safety of all our children, and they even criticize Democrats and Republicans for working to pass a modest gun violence law, then they have succumbed to a moral sickness that destroys humanity, dishonors God, and could ultimately dismantle our democracy if we do not stand for what is right. When a gun lobby can have more power than a voting rights lobby, and a health care lobby, and a lobby to end child poverty, and a lobby for living wages, and a lobby for gun rights, then we are dealing with forms of political idolatry, wherein some feel they have the right to facilitate methods of death. And at some point, this nation has to, and the thirst for the most lethal guns in the hands of Americans, weapons of war in the hands of ordinary citizens. Because most of the time, addiction hurts the individual and can be treated because even the addict knows that it's wrong. But this addiction to guns, framed as a constitutional right, and in some places heretically framed as God's will. I was in a state the other day, I believe it was West Virginia, and one of the advertisements said, "I'm running for office on God's agenda. Taxes, marriage, and guns." It was actually said, God's agenda. So when you add this heretically framed as God's will, and then you add to that placing guns in the hands of those who are mentally ill with racism and hatred, because racism is a form of mental illness. It is because it's not seen as a problem, but endorsed by people in power, and the consequences are other people's lives. And sadly, I have to say, as a bishop, too often it's even endorsed in the pulpits. And then the more they have, the more they want. That's worse than an addict. They have no concern for others, even children. Just give me more. It's my right, my God-given right. They say this even when Jesus clearly says, if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. Now, I've been the target of death threats, symbolized by bullseyes. I've had faxes sent and say, you'll be dead by Christmas, with a bullseye. My father, who is deceased now, was a target of threats in the 1960s and even as late as the 1980s. And it's morally angering to think that policies promoted by my government could put in the hands of killers guns for those that would kill me. and kill others simply because we try to stand for love and stand for justice and stand for truth. I don't talk about this often, but I thought I would today. I know what it's like just because you go out and promote health care to have a security team. I know what it's like to get a message, if you come here, we're going to make sure you drown in your own blood, even in the 21st century. And that people could get killer guns in their hands simply because the policies of my government allow available. And because of the power and the money of a gun lobby. Far too many politicians swear allegiance to that lobby and the violence for which it stands, $1 on top of another dollar, with political payoffs and deal after deal to ensure assault rifles and mega clips for all. We're glad today to see this movement, this breakthrough in this bill. Sometimes you have to have a break in the dam before the whole dam opens up. But let us not forget, when this bill is signed, it is signed in blood. And it's not enough, for all the blood has been shed. It's just like it wasn't enough in South Carolina to take down a flag that should have never been up in the first place. But it was an opening. And some still want to stop it. So thank God for the Democrats and Republicans in this moment who have decided to be statesmen and stateswomen rather than to maintain an unholy allegiance to the gun lobby. We see even in this compromise bill, some want to stop it now, and because all they're interested in is the least we can do and not the most. I wept last night thinking about that and asked this question, haven't we had enough children shot yet? I mean, how much blood does it take? This kind of vampire addiction to other people's blood has to stop. Haven't enough families been ripped apart? Haven't we done enough praying, but we've not put legs on our prayer? I believe in prayer, but I believe you have to put legs on your prayers, because faith without works is dead, just like heal without transformation is meaningless. But the attitude of the gun lobby and its politicians is, oh, that's just a consequence of freedom. No, it isn't. They say no big deal. Sell, sell, sell. Buy, buy, buy. Guns, they say, are the answer and not the problem. I call them mega clips. That's my name. Mega clips are the answer. That's what they say. People get killed, children get killed, put more guns out. They refuse to make sure mentally ill people can't get guns. And they are determined that assault weapons should be more available than voting rights or health care. This logic proves that our problem is not just the mental illness or racism or homophobia of deranged individuals. No, this kind of logic perpetrated and promoted on the floor of the Senate and the House proves that our political structure is mentally ill with gun obsession. And it's a mental illness with money. Money to feed it, make it worse. If all of us, if we the people don't stand up and push back and push this lobby back, it would continue to promote more guns and more violence. The mass shooting in Buffalo horrified Americans. 19 children and 2 adults shot in Uvalde, 10 people killed in Buffalo. And in Buffalo, it's a poor community. And there's a deep history in Buffalo beyond just those killings. I don't have time to go back through all of it. But this is not the first time there's been mass killing in Buffalo tied to racism. 4 more people shot and killed at a medical building in Tulsa. The list goes on. And let's be real, what about the other 200 and some odd mass killings since January that didn't make the news? Mass shootings make headlines. Gun violence kills far more people in our poorest communities every day. Death from gun violence skyrocketed during the pandemic, one article has said. And gun company profits did as well. Making money, selling death. Publicly traded gun manufacturers have netted some $3 billion since the pandemic began. And they did this while 8 million more people fell into poverty and 330,000 people died because we didn't have universal health care. Gun manufacturers don't care if there are 140 million people living in poverty and 87 million people who are uninsured or underinsured, or 52% of all our children live in poverty and low wealth, 43% of all our people. Guns and tax cuts, that's all they think the government should focus on. Gun stores, another writer said, had a revenue of about $11 billion. IBSI World said in its 2018 report, gun and ammunition manufacturers have revenue of $17 billion. And the more guns we have, the more fear we have. And then the fear drives security measures. So it's all one crazy circle. You put more guns out, you drive more fear. For the fear, you get more security systems, and the gun manufacturers are caught up in it all while our children are dying. Unleashing guns, selling security systems, fear driving fear. One article noted that security alarm businesses alone bring in $25 billion a year. The Washington Post estimated that schools are spending $2.7 billion a year on security measures rather than books and teachers and computers. And one of the worst statements I have heard in recent days is when somebody says, our children have so much courage when they go to school. Children shouldn't have to have courage when they go to school. They should just be children. That's all that you should have to go to school. It shouldn't require courage because of the possibility of someone with an assault rifle coming to your school. Government spending on domestic homeland security averaged $65 billion a year from 2002 to 2017. The article goes on to say you can argue that all the political firms and nonprofits in this space, from the NRA to gun control groups, in the NRA, are part of the gun violence industry. And they've got vested interests in keeping the battle alive. But at some point, we the people have to say, America, you've got to decide that death is no longer an option. So I've come here today from repairs of the breach, the Poor People's Campaign, as a pastor, bishop, to join this people's filibuster. When all this death is going on, somebody has to raise this moral question. When is all this death going to scare some sense into us? When is all this death going to scare some life into us? I wish that as they go to debate the bill today, the pictures of all the children would flash, not when they were alive, but I almost wish some of the parents would decide to be like Mamie Till, or the son, or the mama of Emmett Till. Her name was Mamie. And when they mutilated her son, she decided to have an open casket funeral and show the world what hate looked like, what death looked like. Some people told her don't do it, but she had to do it. She was led to do it. It was hard to do it. It almost broke her mentally to do it. But because she did it, that's why Rosa Parks stood up. When Rosa Parks saw those pictures in Jet magazine, she made a decision right then. If this system of Jim Crow takes out one of our children, then we're going to take down the whole system. I could never counsel a parent to do it. They'd have to make it on their own. But sometimes I wish that while they were debating in the Senate, they had to look at what an assault rifle does to a child's body or another human being. And they were flashing on the screen during the debate. What if we could see how legislators would respond then, senators would respond then? The question is, are we human beings created by God, or are we human targets to be shot by guns? And truth, another side of this lobby, this reality that we don't like to talk about, but we must, is the anti-blackness that determined the Second Amendment in the first place. Because the original design of the Second Amendment was about slave revolts. And now that amendment that was designed to put black people and slaves in their place has now been unleashed. It's kind of like when you build Frankenstein, you can't put him back in the box. The history of this country is that the rhetoric of gun rights has been selectively manipulated and utilized to inflame white racial anxiety and to frame blackness as a threat. Not doing something when you're black, just blackness itself as a threat. Carol Anderson, the author of The Second Race and Guns in a Fatally Unequal America, makes the point that is footnoted, it is not hyperbole, that at the Virginia Ratification Convention, Patrick Henry and George Mason shared their fears that a strong central government would leave the South defenseless in a slave uprising. Plenty of insurrections at that time by the slaves had demonstrated that the enslaved would fight for their emancipation. And so they would not sign off on the founding documents until among the amendments in the Bill of Rights, the freedom of the press, no state-sponsored religion, the right to a speedy and fair trial, was the right to a well-regulated militia for the security of a free state. And what they meant is we have to have the ability to raise citizens up with guns to stop slave revolts rather than ending the slavery itself. And Anderson points out in her book, deeply footnoted, that because its role was to ensure that the militia would always be there to protect the slave masters and their industry against the black threat of revolt and freedom. We cannot walk away from that history. And let's be clear. Although the NRA currently leads the charge for the rights of citizens to carry guns of all types, it's amazing. They would probably give folk tanks if they could, of all types. with little to no interference from the government. The original gun rights advocates in the 60s were Black Panthers. The Black Panthers throughout the 1960s used their understanding of the finer details of the California gun laws to underscore their political statements about subjugation of African Americans. In 1967, 30 members of the Black Panthers protested on the steps of the California State House, armed with .357s, 12-gauge shotgun, 45 caliber pistols. And they announced the time had come for black people to arm themselves. But watch what happened. The display, they didn't shoot anybody. They didn't kill anybody. They said, we're armed, all the language you hear. So frightened the politicians, including California Governor Ronald Reagan, that it helped to pass the Mulford Act. The Mulford Act was a state bill prohibiting open carry of loaded firearms, and along with an addendum prohibiting loaded firearms in the state capitol. The 1967 bill took California down the path to having some of the strictest gun laws in America. And the law was a part of a wave of laws that were passed in the 1960s. And at that time, the NRA was on the side of gun control. That's the hypocrisy. That's the hypocrisy. Including the Gun Control Act of 1968, which adopted new laws prohibiting certain people from owning guns, providing for beefed-up licensing and inspections of gun dealers, and restricting the importation of cheap Saturday night specials. In contrast to the NRA's rigid opposition to gun control today, when they were reacting to the fear of black people carrying guns, the organization fought alongside the government for stricter gun regulations in the 1960s. So in some ways, the bill they're getting ready to pass is back to the future. We already had this bill. And that's the great sadness. That's the great hypocrisy. That it either takes racial fear or the blood of our children. For folk to be willing to just break a little bit with the gun lobby. And depending on what's going on in history, they change their position. Whether it's fear, whether it's racism or money or whatever's behind the proliferation of guns and violence, I don't care. I join you here today to say it's wrong. Gun violence, proliferation of guns, and it must be challenged. And as we challenge it today, we stand on the side of folk long before us that challenged it. Was it not Martin Luther King Jr. who said, by our readiness to allow arms to be purchased at will and fired at whim, we have created an atmosphere in which violence and hatred have become popular pastimes? Was it not Gerard Vanderhaar who said, we challenge the culture of violence when we ourselves act in the certainty that violence is no longer acceptable, that it's tried and outdated, no matter how many cling to it in stubborn belief that it still works and that it's still valid? Was it not Henry Nouwen who said, much violence is based on the illusion that life is a property to be defended and not to be shared? Was it not William Sloane Coffin, the great preacher of Riverside Church in New York, who said the cause of violence is not ignorance, it's self-interest, it's idolatry, it's a form of heresy, wherein I began to believe that I have the right to possess weapons to take someone else's life. And he says only reverence for life and reverence for God can restrain violence. Reverence for human life, reverence for the environment. Was it not Isaac Singer who said, there will be no justice as long as man will stand with a knife or with a gun and destroy those who are weaker than he is? Was it not Sarah Brady who said, we have cracked down on library books, we've put restrictions on cell phone calls, on fertilized purchases, we put restrictions on wearing shoes in airports, we put restrictions on how you can come in a restaurant, but we have done almost nothing at the state or national level to make it harder for either a terrorist, robbery, or a young person struggling with mental issues to get their hands on a gun. Was it not Gandhi who said, I object to violence because when it appears to do good, the good is only temporary, but the evil it does is permanent. There is no normal for those who have lost family members to violence, gun violence. And even after the bills, modest bills have been passed, it's not ultimately going to soothe their soul. Something greater than us has to do that. Community has to do that. But at least maybe a few people are starting to lose their appetite for violence in other folks' blood. I pray that enough death has happened that somebody's becoming scared to life. And I pray that more and more of us do it until it's too late. They tell me that under insurrection, many of the people in here that stand on the floor and argue for guns were scared like little babies, hiding. It's amazing. So bad when no guns are around. So tough. So argumentative. But the moment you were threatened, you made your way to the safest hiding place. Why then would you continue to allow the American people to be traumatized, killed, and lives destroyed? I also pray that every senator and House person that comes to this floor, most of them put their hand on the holy book, Bible or Quran or Torah. There's a scripture in the Old Testament, the Jewish Bible, the Hebrew Bible, that all of the great religions honor. And it says, woe unto those, Isaiah chapter 10, woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights and make women and children their prey. My great prayer is that many of those who swear themselves into office on holy books would actually start reading them and would find out that in every great religion, it is sin to kill, to destroy, and to enhance the ability of others to take life. And Jesus said, and it applies not only to individuals, but even to a nation, no matter how great you think you are, if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. Let us cry enough. Let us stand enough. Let us mourn enough. Let us weep enough. Let us march enough until enough people have seen enough death and they are scared to life, and they will cease through policy, not just through prayer, the proliferation of guns and the violence perpetrated on our children, our families, and the American people. God bless you.
Greetings, everyone. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this very, very important space that they have carved out for us to take the podium and lend our voices to one of the most important causes that our nation will ever face and hopefully resolve. My name is Monique Presley. I come to you as an advocate, an activist, a legal analyst, an ordained minister, a mother, an American, a human. In the tradition of Dr. Barber, who I honor as he leaves the podium, and am so thankful for the unique opportunity that practically no one would ever ask for of speaking behind him. But I'm thankful just the same to be in the room with those who blaze trails, who stand on front lines, who I see out at marches, and I see out at voting precincts, and I see on television, and I see in organizing rooms, and I see bailing people out of jail, and I see all across America and across the world doing what is necessary, doing whatever they can, we can, with the voices that we have. Thomas Paine said what I think now is an evergreen quote: "These are the times that try men's souls." He wasn't talking about what we're talking about. He wasn't talking about the many things people have used that quote to describe, but it's accurate nonetheless for these days. These are the times that try our very souls. We are standing still in the midst of a pandemic. As of yesterday, 1.01 million of our fellow countrymen, women, children have died due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That is over 1 million families that are grieving. That's over 1 million communities that have suffered loss in business, in church, at playgrounds, in schools. That's over 1 million families that have had to recalibrate their finances, who have had to re-envision their entire lives because illness unexpectedly befell them. But in the middle of the pandemic that has killed 1.01 million of us, as of yesterday, there have been, and this is not the exact number, this is an approximation by the New York Times, 247 mass shootings this year. 247 from January to June in our country. When you hear numbers like that, you have to say, make it make sense, right? Because we know that these numbers aren't occurring in other civilized nations. They're not occurring in other developed countries. They're not occurring in places where we consider ourselves to be far superior. But they don't have 246 mass shootings. They don't have children hiding in bunkers and beneath desks and pouring blood on themselves in order to fake death so that they won't be killed. They don't have children covering the mouths of their other classmates so that they can stay alive. It's only here. And when we think about it, we have to be thinking, make it make sense. I was asking myself that about so many things that I actually named my own show, Make It Make Sense. And Monday through Friday, we try to bring information to people. It's a digital show where we bring in experts and we try to do just that. Not sarcastically, not sardonically, but for real. Make it make sense. Give the information, the who, the what, the where, the when, the why. Not the bickering back and forth that we so often see from some of our analysts and commentators on news programs. I'm the analyst and commentators bickering back and forth sometimes, but we don't do that there. We try to make it make sense. We promise truth. We promise data. But you know, when you hear that children are calling 911 and that they're being told to whisper so that the shooter doesn't hear them, you can't make that make sense. It's nonsense. All you can do is make that. The obligation then doesn't become making it make sense. It's nonsense. It's absurd. It's insane. It's criminal. It's immoral. It's amoral. It ought to be unconstitutional. It certainly is illegal. So we have to make it stop then, don't we? Isn't that why we're here? Because we are beseeching those who we have elected to represent us, whose first obligation is a sworn oath to the Constitution and to the people of the United States of America, that we would be kept safe from enemies foreign and domestic. That is what they swear to us. They supposedly put aside all other allegiances to party, to finances, to career, to reputation, even to family, even to their own personal safety. The oath is to keep us safe. So we're asking them today to make it stop. We're here taking the podium today. I'm here taking the podium today saying make it stop. And that means make it stop absent excuse, absent justification, absent qualification. There are those who say that the ones who were befelled by violence didn't pray. Yes, I want to talk to my preachers and my pastors today. They say if you pray, your family will be kept safe. Stop it. Are we to believe that the parents of the children in Uvalde didn't pray before they dropped their children off at school every day like I have to do mine? Are we to believe that the families that said goodbye to their loved ones, the elders in Buffalo, didn't pray? That somehow God overlooked them and would keep us all safe? No. Stop. Yes, we pray, and we work. And the work is to do all we can to make it stop. Absent excuse, absent theories about how those who are mentally ill will ultimately do violent things. First of all, we condemn those remarks because the vast majority, we know from the data, of those who are mentally ill are more likely to harm themselves than to harm others. So no reason to add further stigma to the stigma that's already there that people have to overcome just to seek out help in this country and in this world. No. Absent excuse, we make it stop, because there are mentally ill people all over the world. There are criminally insane people all over the world. What is happening here, and it's happening now. Absent excuses about what we can't get done. I stand quite obviously as a black woman. I know a lot about what we can get done in this country. Slavery wasn't a long time ago thing that happened. We just celebrated Juneteenth a couple of days ago. I hail from Galveston, Texas, the shores where General Gordon Granger came with the troops See, another Texan just walked in the room. I'm grateful for the support. I hail from Galveston, Texas, where Gordon Granger went to the Ashton Villa, which is not far from the home where my parents live even still to this day. I hail from the island where my great-grandfather, who was once enslaved, learned of his freedom. I come from the place. I pass every day by the Ashton Villa where the statue is erected, where Gordon Granger made those remarks, where my direct ancestors learned that they had been free for 2.5 years. While operating and functioning in slavery, they were legally free. I come from that place. And my great-grandfather's son, my grandfather, graduated from the Harry School of Pharmacy. And his children became college educated and educated, and I'm blessed to be able to stand here before you with a law degree from Howard University School of Law. It wasn't that long ago. My great-grandfather was learning of his freedom. So I know that in this country, we can do hard things. We can do impossible-looking things. We can do improbable things. We can rise to the best of us. And we can vanquish the voices of the worst of us. We can do it in spite of the actions of the evil among us. We can get these things done. So make it stop. Absent excuse. Every day I do pray. I have school-age children. I take them to school, and some days, I confess, working mom, screeching up to the curbside, a little bit late. I can't tell you how thankful I am when I show up at my son's school where I would normally drop him off, where there's security outside, where the teachers are waiting, when I'm that little minute behind, and I test that door, and it's already locked. Can't explain to you the sense of comfort I get from knowing that all the protocols are being followed, that everybody did their job that day, that I've got to go through the front where I've got to press a button, and then I go through one door, and it's to an anteroom, and then I've got to press another button, and there's a camera looking the entire time that I do it, and it takes a human being 2 times agreeing to let me in every single time. While I'm thankful for that, while I'm filled with sympathy and anger that that was not the case in my home state in Uvalde, while I'm thankful for that, I'm ashamed that we have to do that for my children to be safe, for your children, for your grandchildren, for your brothers, for your sisters, for your nephews, for your nieces to be safe, for your husbands and wives to be safe, for your partners to be safe. We've got to have all the doors locked. We've got to press enter 2 times. We've got to have cameras. We've got to have someone agreeing, another human, saying it's okay for me to walk in a school building 5 minutes after school starts to let my child in to learn. I live in an age where my children, since they were 4 and 5, have active shooter drills. They weren't called that at first. They didn't tell the children that's what they were, but that's what they were. I'm ashamed and righteously angry that in this great nation, full of flaws, but still great, we can't get this right yet. But I do believe that we will. I do believe that there are enough of us, like Senator Murphy, who opened today's continuation of the filibuster. I thank God for him. I do believe that there are enough of us to begin the real work of what is the very first responsibility of a nation. Keep us safe. I wanted to close with a quote from one of my very favorite people, heroes, graduate of my alma mater, Howard University School of Law, the first Black Supreme Court Justice of the United States, Justice Thurgood Marshall. He said, "We cannot play ostrich. Democracy cannot flourish amid fear. Liberty cannot bloom amid hate. Justice cannot take root amid rage. America must get to work. In the chilly climate in which we live, we must go against the prevailing wind. We must dissent from the indifference. We must dissent from the apathy. We must dissent from the fear, the hatred, and the mistrust. We must dissent from a nation that has buried its head in the sand, waiting in vain for the needs of its poor, its elderly, and its sick to disappear and just blow away. We must dissent from a government that has left its young without jobs, education, or hope. We must dissent from the poverty of vision and the absence of moral leadership. We must dissent because America can do better. Because America has no choice but to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. My name is Tim Shriver. I'm very proud to be joining this People's Filibuster today. I joined this filibuster with a background as an educator, with a long career working for the rights of people with intellectual and developmental differences. But I speak to a professional credential, but simply the credential of a citizen. I thank those who have gone before me, the organizers, my good brother friends, Bridge and Alan, for the hard work they've done, and for all of you who are gathered here and all of you who will continue to watch and monitor this gathering of Americans to find the truth of America. There's an expression that politicians use a lot. I gather it comes from Winston Churchill: united we stand, divided we fall. I would say that this gathering is a reminder that it is not just united we stand and divided we fall, but actually united we stand or divided we die. There's a rumor in the country that we are deeply divided, that we hate each other, that we are hopelessly separate from each other, that we don't understand each other, that we don't get along with each other, that we can't make progress together. And I wonder if that's really true. I wonder if that's actually an accurate version of we, the people of this country, or if it's actually a version of American politics and American media. I wonder if the hatred and division and divisiveness we hear so much about isn't in part a fabrication of a political system that flourishes when we are divided and hateful and at each other's throats. I wonder if it's okay to say we are not divided on this issue. I wonder if it seems like news to the American people to find out that the American people actually violently agree on this issue of safety. I wonder if in this building and in these buildings where we gather in the spaces where people before us have gathered to try to do the will of the people, if our challenge isn't not just to tell them the will of the people, so that they will act on the will of the people, not the will of their bases, so that they will act on the will of the people, not the will of their re-election campaigns. We're here to ask members of the United States Senate to respond to the will of the American people. It is not the people that are the problem. The people, the vast majority of the people, are very clear that they want change. So what would that change look like? We actually know this and have known it, as those before me have said, for quite a long time. Simple stuff, folks. Background checks. What a shocking idea. It's obvious that we need background checks for people that would own weapons of death. It's obvious that the Second Amendment doesn't cover the right to carry a shoulder-fired missile. That's a weapon. That's an armament. We don't have the right to carry it. We shouldn't have the right to carry it. We shouldn't have the right to own a helicopter gunship. These are weapons that are not designed to be covered by the Second Amendment. They are the common sense understanding of American people that assault weapons should not be weapons that are entitled to be carried by the members of a militia. So it used to be, up until recently, that people would come here on issues like this and say, I'm sorry to say that no matter how much you speak, this legislation is dead on arrival. We've all heard it. It's good to give the speech, good to write the petition, good to call for a floor debate, good to get it into a hearing, good to get it into committee, but let me just tell you, gang, it's dead on arrival. I think we should cease using that language. Dead on arrival applies to too many Americans. It's a cold and calculating term to describe what happens every day in this country when moms and dads and brothers and sisters rush to the hospital, hoping against hope that their little brother or sister, son or daughter can make it. And the doctors say, I'm sorry. Your child was dead on arrival. Let's get rid of the language in this place that calls to mind the suffering of generations, millions of Americans, generation after generation, who have heard those words spoken to them. As we sit here, our children are being. You know what you have to do, Paul, to stop someone from coming in that door? You might not, but your children do. You know what you'd have to do if you heard it right now, Bridge? Where would you go? Your children do. Your teachers do. You know what they've been trained to do? Do you know how, Zach? Teachers do. You don't have to wait to know that the trauma is being visited over and over and over again in our communities. So we're asking the representatives of this extraordinarily great country to take a chance. Who wouldn't? If there were a river behind me and a child were flowing down it, who wouldn't jump? Every one of us would, even if we can't swim. You see the child, you jump in. Who wouldn't take a chance if you saw a truck coming and a child in the middle of the road? Who would, Billy, you'd run out without even knowing that you'd done it to try to stop and save the child's life. My family, I know this experience very well. 2 uncles and 1 father who served this country in World War II, they took a chance. 2 came home, 1 didn't. 3 uncles that entered the service of this country, 1 lived to raise his children, 2 didn't. We're not asking you, members of the Senate, to take that kind of chance. We're not asking you to jump into a river to risk your life. We're not asking you to put on the uniform of this country and risk your life. We're asking you to risk your position and your base. That's not much to ask. That's not much to ask. The future, in my view, does not belong to Democrats. It does not belong to those who get reelected the most. It belongs to those who will either bring us together or tear us apart. The future belongs to people who see in gun owners in this country good and decent people like my dad, who taught me how to hunt with a shotgun, who want to keep their families safe, who understand gun safety, and who want safety regulations for the country. The future belongs to those who will not see others on the other side of a political dispute as their enemy, but as someone who can be joined together in common sense reforms for safety. The future belongs to those who care most about the country and not about their party. It is very clear to us Americans, citizens, that political forces inspire and encourage political leaders to divide the country. Find the issue that will divide the population and drive it hard. Demonize the other person. Violate the other person's dignity. It is a winning formula. No more. Not on this one. We've suffered too much. We're only asking you to do the will of the people. This country is not divided on safety. This country is united. All we're asking is that you take the risk of just your position, just your next primary battle. Yes, we want you to risk your position in the next primary battle. Yes, we do. All of you. Take that risk for our country. Others have taken far greater risks. It's now your turn. Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Meredith Jacobs, and I'm the CEO of Jewish Women International. Founded 125 years ago, JWI is one of the original Jewish American organizations, and we were a typical women's organization until 1988, when one of our members was shot and killed by her estranged husband in the parking lot of her workplace. At that moment, our mission and our organization was forever change, focusing on ending domestic violence. Our efforts include education, awareness, and advocacy. Just last week, we announced the formation of the Jewish Gun Violence Prevention Roundtable. But I remember a few years ago, we were bringing a little more than 100 members of our Young Women's Impact Network to Capitol Hill. Young women just beginning their careers were here to speak to congressional staff about issues that mattered to them. I remember so clearly sitting in an office not far from here with maybe 4 of the women, all in their 20s. One nervously began to speak. She shared that a few years before, she was trapped in an abusive relationship with a violent partner. Her boyfriend was controlling. He had a violent temper, and she was afraid of him. She filled out a danger assessment to figure out how likely it would be that he would kill her. Is he violently and constantly jealous of you, the assessment asked. Yes, she answered. Do you believe he's capable of killing you? Yes. Does he own a gun? Yes. During one particularly terrifying incident, she locked herself in the bathroom after her boyfriend stated with unnerving calm, "We should kill ourselves together," while he was cleaning his .40 caliber Glock. This was not the first nor the last time that he threatened her with a firearm. Eventually, she was able to safely exit the relationship. But that was the first time she would publicly share her story. She did so only in the hope that it would somehow make a difference. It didn't. Not then. But we have a chance now. Every 16 hours in the United States, a woman is fatally shot by a former or current intimate partner. In fact, nearly half of women who have been murdered were killed by a former or current dating partner. And yet federal law as it stands today, before the enactment of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, allows abusers committed of dating violence to keep their guns. Here's the thing that really doesn't make sense. Since 1996, domestic violence perpetrators have been prohibited from possessing firearms. But dating violence perpetrators who use the same level of violence are able to keep their guns. Same level of violence, different relationship status. And the very real reality is that more women today are in dating relationships, which means that more women are left vulnerable because of this loophole in our gun laws. Young women between the ages of 16 and 24 are most vulnerable to intimate partner violence, experiencing 3 times more violence than the national average. This is why JWI for so many years has focused our attention on college campuses, bringing healthy relationship, consent, bystander intervention workshops to students. But prevention isn't enough. The reality is that nearly 1 in 3 college women say they have been in an abusive dating relationship. We need to do more to protect them. We need legislation that would prevent dating abusers from owning guns. Closing the boyfriend loophole does more than save individual women. For many shooters, their partners are just the start. More than 2/3 of mass shooters have killed family members or intimate partners or had a history of domestic or sexual violence. In the last decade alone, in at least 53% of mass shootings, the perpetrator shot a current or former intimate partner or family member during the rampage. And this includes, but is not limited to, Sandy Hook, Parkland, Sutherland Springs, and Uvalde. With the partial closing of this loophole, we will save countless lives by preventing people convicted of dating violence by possessing firearms. And JWI and other advocates will continue our efforts to fully close the loophole by asking for state and federal laws that prohibit dating partners with restraining orders against them from having guns. I think about that brave young woman who just a few years ago shared her story in an office not far from here. I can remember her voice as she spoke. Quiet, shaky. Her voice is stronger now. And I know it is her voice, the voices of all survivors, and the voices of those of us who share the stories of those who did not survive that got us to today, to this moment when we can make a difference. In Judaism, we are taught that to save one life is to save the whole world. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is a necessary step in doing so. Thank you.
My name is Richard Small. I'm 68 years old. I live in Charlotte, Texas. I'm a retired teacher, 37 years. And I'm like everyone else. We're perplexed with the violence that's going on in America today. When the mass shooting took place in Uvalde, my wife and I went the following day, upon her request, as a retired teacher also, and a mother who's lost a son. She just wanted to go and express her condolences, and I went along to support her. It changed my life. Things started becoming more clear to me. My questions about owning guns. I've always been a gun owner. I've hunted my whole life. I was a member. I am a member of the NRA. I will no longer be a member of the NRA for various reasons, and I made the choice to turn in my AR-15. Little did I know the uproar or congratulations I got from people all over the country. I received numerous letters, mail from the country. I don't know if I'm on. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not used to this Zooming, so I'm going to go ahead and continue my story. I want you to know that I had an epiphany in Uvalde. I'm owner of an AR-15, which I bought and purchased many years ago when a weapon became legal to buy. Seeing the 19 crosses and what was going on with the pain and the suffering that was going on in the city. In the background, I stood and watched the people come up and of course pay their respects, and everybody was in shock, including myself. And my premonition was, why did I have that weapon? What good was that particular weapon doing in my collection? And so I turned it in to the police department in Charlotte, to a police officer who I knew, and I said I wanted to turn this in, and I wanted them to do whatever they saw fit with it. I donated it, figuratively speaking. They asked that this had never been done before. They needed to check with their lawyers. I said fine. They went ahead and took it, secured it, and that's where it's been. I was told not too long ago that their lawyers were okay with this. And but to make it legal, I had to do some sort of bill of sale, and so I said, "How about $1?" And that was the end of that. The weapon itself is primarily that. It is not a weapon that you would use for technically hunting. It's not considered a deer rifle. You can hunt maybe varmints with it, but it's very, very powerful, and it's overkill. This weapon is made primarily for military purposes, and that is the honest to God truth. I served in the military for 3 years, familiar with an M16A1 rifle. This was during the Vietnam era. I know how effective that weapon is. This weapon is not far from that. The only difference is the caliber. But as far as its effectiveness, the amount of firepower that it has, you're talking very, very, very similar weapons. It's a weapon that I consider to be something that is not practical. And so when I did this, I received numerous letters from all over the country, something I thought I would never be a part of. I've always been the status quo. When these massacres would happen, I would say, well, you know, these things happen, but they've been becoming closer and closer. Just south of us was the Sutherland massacre. This one in Uvalde was just northwest of us. And I mean, they're just becoming more and more predominant. And that just doesn't make sense. The Bipartisan Safe Community Act, I am elated with. It is a step in the right direction. It is something that I'm overly happy that it's made its way through the House, and now it's the Senate that needs to step up. I've looked at it. I've read the changes. They're not something drastic. They're common sense. They're laws that would only help to promote and make our community safe, and our children safe, and our streets safe. And so I don't understand how you would, find fault in that. John Cornyn and Chris Murphy, I call them the 20. They have done something that I would have never thought would be possible. They have stepped up. They have fought through thick and thin. There is no telling what all went on in those meetings. but I applaud them. I think we're headed in the right direction, and I am so hopeful. I pray and I wish that the Senate will step in line and make this thing possible. There are those people who still are adamant of giving into anything, and this really disturbs me. Without becoming too political, and I'm trying to stay away from that, people like Ted Cruz, who for the most part are saying that all of this is not necessary. How in the world do you possibly face people and say there is no need for changes? There is a need for change. Those changes are the changes that our legislature, through arguing, through discussing, through looking at research, to listening to professionals, are trying to come up with a plan. That's all we're really asking for. I see a lot of our people in this filibuster talking about the personal attacks they've been affected by and touched, and I am touched by that. Please listen to their cries, listen to their calls, listen to their concerns. Do what's right. Do what's best for the people, and let's just show the American people that our government is possible of making difficult decisions from a political standpoint. But yet, we've got people who are doing that, and it's so refreshing, and I'm so excited about this.
Want to keep guns out of the hands of bad guys? We get that. Most of these people that have committed these crimes would have passed background checks or did pass background checks. I'm personally against universal background checks because I think they're a de facto gun registration. Registration always leads to confiscation, in my opinion. So here's the truth, and nobody else is going to say this in here today. When you look overseas and we see it happening over there, even though there's no Second Amendment, when we see it happening over there more often than here, it's going to happen again. I don't care what y'all do. It's going to happen again. There's a sickness in the world that none of us are going to be able to fix. But there are things that I believe you can do and that we can do that can make a difference, that can mitigate some of these horrible, sickening things that are happening. Certainly we should harden the schools, of course. But that should be up to the individual school districts as to what works best for their school and their population and what they're comfortable with. Part of that, though, may have to come from you all. I hope you all know. And
I am hopeful, and I do believe. I believe our Congress. It's been decades, but they're moving forward. I can see that, and we just need to be positive about it. Support, and yes, maybe there are those certain bills that didn't get added on, and then we can always, pick and pull, and well, this I wouldn't agree with, this, etc. And I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people are in line for change. A lot of people want something done. They may not necessarily pinpoint the specifics of it, but with good guidance and leadership by our American people, we can come up with an avid approach, practical, to serve, to help, and to not take away the rights of the Second Amendment. And because we are in a changing society, and things change. When the Second Amendment was drawn, there were no AR-15s. The weapons of that time period were obviously totally different. And so with that in mind, common sense has to come in line. Common sense has to be the prevalent of making those decisions of things that need to be corrected, changed, modified, improved. An area that, and I will end with this, are the gun shows. There needs to be a little bit more research into all that. It's too easy There's just too many what I call illegal guns, guns that were not purchased properly, under the table, and those are the crux of the whole issue. Those are the guns that are number of times are being found to be the weapon of these crimes. And so I want maybe some focus on gun shows, and let's just make it more where the American people can feel confident, and where when they drive by, they don't look at that as a facility that's going to promote illegal purchases and so forth. And I just, God bless America, and God bless these men, these congressmen and women who are going to make tough choices in the Senate, that they have the backbone to step up and say, you know what, I'm going to go with this bipartisan Safe Community Act, and just let it be known that we want change, we want improvement. And I thank you very much for listening to my concerns. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caroline O'Neill, and I live in Los Angeles, California. I'm the mother of 2 children whom I dearly love. On May 6, 2004, my children were 4 and 7 years old, and we survived an armed robbery. During the course of the robbery, the gunman cocked his revolver and put it in the face of my preschooler. My 7-year-old hid behind a trash can and watched this happen. As any mother would do, I stepped between the gunman and my baby, knowing full well that at that close range, when the gunman shot me, the bullet would go through me and into the child. But it was the only way I could shield my baby, and so I did. I literally looked down the barrel of a cocked revolver and knew, this is the day I die. This is how I die. In my head, I said, God, I am not afraid to die, but please don't let me die from being shot in the face at point-blank range in front of my 2 small children, because their lives will be ruined. They will never be the same. They will never have the lives that they could have had. I looked into the eyes of the gunman, and they were void. It was chilling to see there was no emotion there whatsoever. I don't know if it was an act of God, but something in the eyes shifted. The gunman robbed me. He and his cohort, who had a knife, ran off, leaving my children and me broken. When I saw him cock his revolver and put it in the chubby round face of my 4-year-old, something in my psyche broke. And I remember the moment, and I remember thinking, I'm never going to be 100% again. And I will tell you that now I am 25% of the person I used to be. The effects of gun violence on the psyche, even if you aren't killed, even if you aren't shot, you have had violence ruin your life, your sense of safety, your sense of well-being, even your mental health. Early life Gun violence is a major risk factor for the development of psychological and behavioral problems later in life. Higher rates of depression, suicidality, anxiety disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, and even the development of bipolar disorder can be linked to being traumatized in early childhood by gun violence.
Hello, I'm Julianne Moore. On December 14th, 2012, I was home with my daughter Liv, who was then... Hello, I'm Julianne Moore. On December 14th, 2012, I was home with my daughter Liv, who was then 10 years old. She had just finished her fall school semester and had broken for the holiday vacation. But I was working that day and I didn't have a babysitter, so I decided to bring her to work with me. Just before we were about to get into the van to go to work, the news about the Sandy Hook shooting broke. I was devastated and I didn't know what to do, and I wanted desperately to shield my daughter from this news. So when we got into the van to go to work, I said to please turn the radio off and not mention anything about the shooting. I didn't want her to be scared. We got to work, we were in hair and makeup. I said, turn off the television, please, no one discuss this. I don't want to scare my little girl. I thought we would discuss it when we got home that night, when her father and her older brother were there, and we could talk about this horrific event as a family, and I could explain it to her and keep her safe. We got home after work, and we were decorating the Christmas tree together, and she looked at her newly acquired phone, which of course was very carefully monitored because we wanted to keep her safe, and she looked up and said, Mommy, did a bunch of little kids get shot today? And I was so ashamed of myself. I was so ashamed of myself as a parent, as a mother, as a human being, that here I was trying to keep this little girl safe. And in reality, I wasn't doing anything to keep her safe by shielding her from the news. The only way to keep her safe and her older brother was to become involved in the movement to end gun violence. That's when I started speaking out about it and trying to change the culture. Eventually, I went to every town and I said, what can I do with my community to change the culture around guns in the U.S. I grew up in the military. My father served in Vietnam. I think one of the things that I grew up with, one of the tenets, was that our rights as Americans do not come without responsibilities. We are responsible to one another. We are responsible to our country. We are responsible to our young people. The right to bear arms does not come without responsibility. Please pass this bill. It's so important. It's so timely. We're not free as Americans unless we are safe. We are not free in our schools. We're not free in our concert halls. We're not free in our churches. We're not free on our baseball fields. We're not free and safe unless we enact legislation that keeps us free from gun violence. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Billy Shore. I'm the founder and executive chair of Share Our Strength, the organization that launched and runs the No Kid Hungry campaign. We go to extraordinary lengths to ensure that children, especially school children, are safe from hunger and want and nutritional deficiencies and the terrible distractions and discriminations of poverty and food insecurity that can stand in the way of their ability to learn. But we can't keep kids safe from gun violence. Only Congress and policymakers can do that. Childhood hunger is a solvable problem, but so is gun safety. I'm especially proud that one of our very first board members is in the room today, Alan Casey, who with John Bridgeland is the force behind this people's filibuster and had a lot to do with the growth of Share Our Strength. So thank you, Alan, for your work and for having me here today. We've heard some wise and august words today. Monique Presley quoted Thurgood Marshall, which was very moving. Tim Shriver quoted Winston Churchill. Reverend Barber quoted Dr. Martin Luther King. I'm going to get in the action, and I'm going to quote my 16-year-old son, who I think is perhaps equally as wise. My son Nate, now 17, but at the time he was 16, he and I have been, I work here in D.C., but we're both firefighters in the small town where we live in Maine. We're firefighters because, not because I wanted to be a firefighter, which I didn't, but he badly wanted to be a firefighter and lived vicariously through me for a couple of years before he was able to join the department at 16. In fact, we had a call this morning at 1:15 a.m., and it was just the two of us on ladder 34 racing across town. I drive the aerial ladder. I know you're picturing Kramer and Seinfeld as I say that, but it's not quite like that. In any case, we work very, very closely together. But I'm also his dad, and sometimes I have to be his dad. And we had a conversation just a few months ago where he wanted to go out with 5 other kids at about 9 o'clock at night in one car to the town next door. And my wife and I didn't like the idea of him being in a car with 6 teenagers. That didn't sound very safe. And we said, no, you can't do it. And he said, well, the other kids are doing it. And we said, well, I'm sorry, you can't. I know how hard this is. And he was really upset, and he went up to his room, and we never had these kinds of disagreements. He went up to his room. He was up there for a couple hours, and he finally came down, and he said, Dad, he said, I'm still really upset with you, but I'm going to let it go because we have to work together. And that is really what I think Tim Shriver was saying to us. We have to work together, and Americans want to work together, and we can work together. And that ethic is probably more widespread than it is outside of this Capitol, more widespread outside of this Capitol complex than it is within it. But that is something we can do. And we come together in this moment at a time when our nation has demonstrated the will and the capacity, according to the New York Times of just a couple weeks ago, to triple the manufacture of firearms over the last number of years, but at the same time has limited capacity to make infant formula. Does something seem wrong about that? Is that even possible in the year 2022? I think what it amounts to is Americans being desperate to reset priorities and to seek higher purpose. And what this set of conversations has been about since this people's filibuster began, what 24/7 has been about, is seeking higher purpose. I came to Washington in 1977 after graduating at the University of Pennsylvania, and I went to work for Colorado Senator Gary Hart. And one of the very first issues I worked on stemmed from a terrible gun safety tragedy. Senator Hart, in his state, was headquartered Frontier Airlines. And around 1978 or 79, a baggage handler at Frontier Airlines was killed because somebody had left a loaded firearm in checked baggage. At the time, that was not illegal. And as it bounced down the conveyor belt, it went off, killing the baggage handler. I worked on legislation that Senator Hart introduced to take the very modest, common sense step of prohibiting loaded firearms from being in checked baggage. Firearms at the time were allowed to be loaded and in checked baggage. Imagine anyone opposing the notion of having to not leave a loaded firearm in checked baggage that's going to bounce down a conveyor belt. Well, what ensued for me was an education about the cynical intentions of the National Rifle Association at that time to fight any effort related to guns, no matter how common sense it would be. I don't know if their theory was that guns don't kill people, conveyor belts kill people, but they opposed it. Eventually, it did become illegal to check loaded guns in baggage, but it took much, much longer than it should have. Much has changed in 50 years. That was almost 50 years ago. Today it is illegal to have a loaded firearm in checked baggage, but though much has changed, one thing remains the same. The enormous number of innocent people being killed by senseless and preventable gun deaths. 50 years is a long time to work on these issues, but however long it takes, we must not let our energies flag or fail. We must keep the ethic and the oath that I always think of, the ethic and the culture of the great cathedral builders. I've always been fascinated by cathedrals because they take hundreds and hundreds of years to build. The cathedral here in Washington, the National Cathedral, which I was at just last week, took about 100 years to build, but some of the other cathedrals around the world took 200, 300, 500 years to build. And when you walk into these cathedrals, you lift your eyes up as the architecture and the architects intended for you to do, and you can't stand there without some sense of the enormous marshaling of humanity that had to have been achieved to create something that took hundreds of years to build. And the only thing that everybody had in common who worked on that cathedral was that they would not see their work finished in a lifetime. That was the only thing that they knew for sure. And that didn't detract from their dedication or their craftsmanship. It actually enhanced it. Like all of us who are here, all of us who are part of this conversation, they were part of something larger than themselves. And they had a belief and a conviction that it was the right thing to do, whether or not they saw their work come to fruition. Dr. Martin Luther King actually spoke about cathedral builders. He didn't quite use the word, but it was just about a week before he was assassinated. And one of the things he said, preaching from the Ebenezer Baptist Church, was, so many times in life, we start out building temples, temples of character, temples of justice, and temples of peace. And Dr. King said, life is like Schubert's unfinished symphony because so many times those temples go unfinished. And he said, that's okay. What makes me happy is when I hear that voice cry out across the vista of time, that voice that says, it may not come today, and it may not come tomorrow, but it is good that it is within thine heart. You may not see all of your dreams achieved, nor all of your desires become reality, but it is good that it was within thine heart. We've heard from a lot of folks who have it within their hearts to be making this country right again. We don't have hundreds of years. We need to save young and precious lives now. I don't need to share with you more statistics than you've already heard. We've heard some very compelling statistics, but we don't need them because even saving one life would be more than enough. And we also need to save our democracy. The overwhelming majority of Americans want common sense gun safety measures enacted, and they want that to happen now. They want us to put our children over party affiliation. They want to know that democracy can work. This People's Filibuster is such an excellent way for our fellow citizens, fellow Americans, to share their strength. There's a way for everybody to be involved in making a difference on this issue. That simple concept that everybody has a strength to share, everybody has a talent, everybody has something unique to give. It's core to our work at Share Our Strength, but it's also core to democracy and to solving problems like this one. There are too many talented people in this country who may not be active in politics, but they should not be on the sidelines. We need their engagement. And the People's Filibuster is a vehicle to engage them in one of the most important issues of our time. I hope many others will join us in the days ahead until this legislation becomes law, and then we go fight the next battle, because we can't stop with the current legislation, an important step forward, but we do need to be cathedral builders. We do need to devote our lives to this. We may not see our work finished, but we will move it forward. Thank you so much.
My name is Paul Begala. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, I'm a former White House official, former congressional staffer, political strategist, TV talking head. Before I was any of those things, though, I was a gun owner, and I still am. Like 1 in every 3 Americans, I own a gun. And actually, I own over 20 guns. All of them are for hunting. Not a single one is an assault rifle. I am a hunter, not a killer. Each one is kept under lock and key, and all the ammunition is in a separate room, also under lock and key. It's just common sense. It is a family tradition in my family. My great-grandfather taught my grandpa how to shoot. My grandpa taught my dad. In fact, the only time I can remember my grandpa losing his temper, I was a little kid. We were at his farm, and there was a guy there waving around a gun, playing around with it like he thought it was funny. My grandfather stormed over to him, wrenched that shotgun out of his hand, and kicked him off the property. Made an impression on me. It's just common sense. So I, in turn, have taught my sons. My wife and I would never allow them to play video games where they shoot people. No first-person shooter games allowed in my house to this day. Why? Because from earliest childhood, I wanted to teach my boys both respect for guns and respect for life. So you don't point a gun, even a toy, at a person, ever. Not in my presence. Responsible gun owners know, they know better than most people, the awesome, fearsome, deadly, destructive power of a bullet. We know that once you pull that trigger, there is no force on earth that can pull it back. So you have to respect that power. You don't play games with it. So this 5-generation family tradition, of which I am a part of, responsible gun owners, actually puts us squarely in the mainstream of Americans. And I strongly support common sense gun reforms. That too puts me in the mainstream of Americans and in the mainstream of American gun owners. According to an Ipsos poll that I looked up, 77% of gun owners support red flag laws. You heard Richard Small from Charlotte, Texas, talking about this, about the responsibility we have, those of us who own weapons, to make sure that our kids are safe. That's why 77% of gun owners support red flag laws. Because it doesn't make any sense to give a gun to someone who a judge has decided is a risk to himself or to others. 72% of my fellow gun owners support raising the weapon to 21. In fact, 60% support raising the minimum age for all weapons to 21. Again, common sense. If we as a society don't think you're mature enough to handle a 6-pack of light beer, you are dang sure not mature enough to handle a weapon. 84% of gun owners, 84% of my fellow gun owners are not members of the NRA. Let me repeat that for the members of Congress and Senate who are listening. 84% of your constituents who own weapons are not in the NRA. So I think it's just brilliant that gun safety advocates, especially my old pal Alan Casey, John Bridgeland, who organized this People's Filibuster, I think it's so smart to include the voices of people like Richard Small, of gun owners, responsible gun owners, to play a part in this. I'm sure you saw my fellow Texan, Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey at the White House. He said this, and I'm quoting Matthew, "Responsible gun owners are fed up with the Second Amendment being abused and hijacked by some deranged individuals." Amen, Matthew. You see, that's what responsible gun owners really think, and he was speaking for us in a way that the NRA never will. You know, I had the honor of being an advisor to President Bill Clinton when Republicans and Democrats came together in this Capitol to pass common sense gun laws. But it was almost 30 years ago. The Brady Law was first among them. And according to the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence, that law, in the 30 years since, has stopped over 3 million illegal gun sales. 3 million. So, of course, but now, 30 years later, we need to improve it. We need to expand it. We need to strengthen it. We need to modernize it. It's just common sense. Good God, we've got to close the Charleston loophole. Right? We know what that is. That was the loophole by which a white supremacist was able to buy a gun before the background check cleared. Congressman Jim Clyburn, South Carolina, tells us that since 1998, the Charleston loophole alone, that one loophole, has put guns in the hands of over 75,000 people who should have been legally stopped from buying one. One of those 75,000 walked into Mother Emanuel Church, slaughtered 9 people during Bible study. This is madness. We've also got to close the boyfriend loophole, the hate crime loophole. Domestic abusers, neo-Nazis who attack people because of their race, their color, their religion, their gender, their sexual orientation, they don't make responsible gun owners. It's just common sense. President Clinton also signed a law which for 10 years banned assault weapons in magazines capable of holding more than 10 bullets. You know what happened? According to a study by NYU School of Medicine, mass shootings went down during those 10 years. But then the ban expired. And guess what? After it did, mass shootings went back up. It's just common sense. Now, responsible gun owners, we know this. As a hunter, I can tell you, you don't need 30 rounds to drop a deer. I have hunted for decades. And I can count on one hand the number of times I've even gotten a third shot off. See, if you're not a hunter, let me give you a little clue as to what happens in the field. When you shoot, that prey either falls or flees. He don't stand around for 30 more rounds. So a 30-round magazine clip is useless to a hunter. It is only useful to a mass murderer. As for assault weapons, you've heard so many people in this People's Filibuster describe them as weapons of war, and for good reason. The NRA is lying to you, my fellow gun owners, when they say the changes in an AR are only cosmetic. They are presuming you don't know about guns, but we do. Responsible gun owners know that the reason that an AR-15 and those other assault rifles are weapons of war is because they're designed to be. They have a short barrel. Okay, a short barrel diminishes accuracy over distance. You can't use one to drop an elk that's 500 yards away in Montana. You can't do it. That short barrel makes only close-range shooting possible. They also have things like pistol grips. They have these barrel shrouds because the barrel gets hot because they're shooting so many bullets. Those features are useless in the field. They are designed for what tacticians call spray firing, which is a tactic designed by the military to kill a lot of people in a short amount of time. It'd be a total failure in the field, but it is designed to take as many human lives in as brief a period of time as possible. So when the gun lobby says assault weapons are the same as my hunting shotgun, they are lying, and responsible gun owners know this. Ronald Reagan knew it. So did Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, who, by the way, is a lifelong South Georgia quail hunter. They supported President Clinton's background check and the assault weapon ban. Republicans and Democrats coming together for common sense. It happened once. It can happen again. Now, none of these measures violate the Second Amendment. That's nonsense. The Bill of Rights, Justice Jackson once wrote, is not a suicide pact. Justice Antonin Scalia, no liberal he, an avid hunter himself and a defender of the Second Amendment, wrote in the Heller decision, which our friends in the NRA cite all the time, but they don't actually read it. They don't want you to, because here's what Scalia actually said in that opinion. Laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms, as well as limits on carrying guns in sensitive places, they are consistent with the Second Amendment. He also approved of prohibiting what he called dangerous and unusual weapons, and he also spoke highly of prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill. That's Antonin Scalia. Don't let him fool you. Professor Brian Garner of SMU Law School, who's a distinguished research professor at SMU, the editor-in-chief of Black's Law Dictionary, co-authored a book with Justice Scalia. Here's what Professor Garner recently said. He suggested we should read the Second Amendment as extending, and these are Professor Garner's words, not mine, only to technologies of the caliber that existed when it took effect. Muskets that required 8 seconds to reload after each shot. The Second Amendment, Professor Garner wrote, has nothing to do with assault rifles. It's just common sense. And yet, sadly, when it comes to gun safety, common sense is not too common. Not in this building. Not in my beloved state of Texas either. Did you know that in Texas, where I grew up, you are required to take 1,000 hours of training before you can be a cosmetologist? 1,000 hours. That's 8 hours a day, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, for more than 6 months before you can curl, cut, and comb hair. Well, hell, that makes sense. That curling iron's hot. It could hurt somebody. But if you want to buy a gun, you know how much training is required? 0. Zip. Nada. Nothing. That's madness. It makes no sense. Most states, I think every state, I've been licensed to hunt in any number of states, and every one of them requires hunter safety courses. I know Texas does. We hunters, we know about gun safety. We don't want someone out in the field with a loaded gun who doesn't know about gun safety. We insist on that. But if you want to buy a gun and walk into a shopping mall, in a grocery store in Buffalo, in a Walmart in El Paso, in a synagogue in Pittsburgh, in a church in Texas or in South Carolina, in a school in Uvalde, no training necessary. Responsible gun owners, they think that's crazy. Now look, we know we'll never end all violence. Heck, Cain slew Abel with a rock. But he didn't mow down dozens of people with a weapon of war in a blink of an eye. So we can do more. We can do better. We must do better. We gotta do better. Look, some of the fondest memories of my life were hunting with my late grandfather and my late father. When I'm gone, I hope my sons look back with equal fondness at those mystical, magical moments, watching the sunrise out of a deer blind. I get that culture. I am of that culture. I am from that culture. But those memories are only possible when we gun owners are responsible. We believe in safety. We believe in security. And we're not going to fall for the lies that somehow taking weapons of war out of the streets will restrict our rights in the field in any way. Or that stopping domestic abusers or felons or people on the terrorist watch list from buying weapons somehow impacts the overwhelming majority of us who live in peace and obey the law. Because it won't. That's why it's so vital for this movement to do what you're doing. Reach out to gun owners. Respect their values. Find that common ground. You will find more of it than you can possibly imagine. Believe me, no gun owner wants to be around anybody who's not qualified on their weapon. No hunter wants to be in the field with someone who's not safe. So reaching out to them is so vitally important. And here's like how the politics of this work. People always ask me, why does this always poll so well and then we lose in elections? 30 years ago, one of my clients, mentors, heroes, friends, Harris Wofford, the senator from Pennsylvania, the second largest membership of the NRA, but he voted for President Clinton's assault weapon ban. He voted for the Brady bill. And so we did a poll. Overwhelmingly, Pennsylvanians thought that was a good deal. They thought that was a wise vote. They supported Senator Wofford doing that. But in the same poll, our brilliant strategist, Mike Donlin, now working in the White House for all of us, for President Biden, Mike Donlin added another question. When I hear politicians talk about gun control, I worry they don't share my values. That too spiked. You see, it's all caught up together, and we have to help our fellow Americans and our brothers and sisters who own weapons like I do to unpack that, to understand that safety and security are completely consonant. They're the same as the culture that we grew up in. So yeah, we're here, frankly, to pressure and to persuade the politicians. And that is only right and just. That is our right. It is our duty as citizens. But at a deeper level, Shakespeare was right. The fault, dear Brutus, lies not in our stars, it lies in ourselves. It lies especially in me and every gun owner. See, we need to tell our elected officials that we're not going to fall for the scare tactics and the fear-mongering anymore. We need to tell our elected officials that some overfed, overpaid NRA lobbyist in an Italian suit does not speak for the men and women who wear camo. We need to tell them that protecting our kids, protecting our cops, protecting our churches, protecting our schools, protecting our grocery stores, that's entirely consistent with the Second Amendment. And we need to fortify them so that when they vote for the common sense gun safety that we demand, we'll have their back. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Biddle, and I'm here to speak about my son losing his life to gun violence. On September 25th, 2009, my son was shot and killed in Berry Farms in Southeast Washington, D.C. This day was also my birthday. I was devastated, to say the least, and I just couldn't believe that this was happening to me and my family. My son Reggie was my oldest child. He was the one that made me become a mother. This is my first child and my oldest child. And for him to be taken away from me so tragically was devastating, not to me, but also my 4 other children. My son did not have the opportunity to give me any children. He promised me that when he turned 30 years old that he was going to take me to Vegas, and he did not get that opportunity to do that. My son was shot and killed at the age of 20 by 2 young boys, one 14 and one 18. I'm sorry, I had my notes, but I left them in the car. This has been very tragic for me and my family. It's very devastating for me and my family, as well as my kids. The death of my son has affected one of my other sons. He started acting out in school, started being very defiant, because him and Reggie were extremely close. And so when Reggie was shot and killed, this affected my children. I could not eat, I could not sleep. After the death of my son, my job called me a week later asking me when was I coming back. Clearly, I was not able to work at that time, but I had no choice because I had other children I had to take care of and feed. So I did not get the chance and opportunity to grieve properly for my son. And now it's affecting me in my life because I didn't get that opportunity at work. I find myself sometimes at work going to the bathroom, breaking down and crying. I find myself at the grocery store sometimes scared because of all the killings and things that are going on now. I find myself not wanting to go to the grocery store, leaving early. There are days where I just spaz out, I just black out, and I come to, and I don't know what's going on. I think that we definitely need to have stronger gun laws in this country. There are other countries that don't go through any of this, that don't even see crime all year long like we do. I read an article one time that said in Iceland the police officers don't even carry guns. So what do they do to resolve issues when they get called out, when people are having issues? How do they resolve? I want to ask you all to please, like they study things on the moon, like they study things in other areas of life, if they can use some of those funds to study other countries and see what they do to keep their country so safe, because this is not good for parents to go through, for anyone to go through. And just this week alone, I lost 2 other people in my life that were very close to me to gun violence. The young 16-year-old that was shot and killed on 3rd Street. I know her mom, and another friend of mine was killed on South Capitol Street in Southeast, just shot down in the street. And so I'm asking you all to please do some studying, do some research, and find out what other countries do to make their country safe. I miss my son every single day, and this is every day I think about that night when I got the phone call. And it's very difficult for me to celebrate my birthday now, but I have found some peace to celebrate my son on that day. And this is him. I hope you all will remember his face. He was a great young man. He was only 20. His life was cut too short. And I just want to say thank you all for this time, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Wow. Sandra, thank you so much for sharing your story and your truth about losing Reggie at such a young age. We're so honored by your presence and your courage to tell your story to all of us. My name is Alan Casey, and along with John Bridgeland and an extraordinary team of people, I've been honored to be one of the organizers of 24/7, the People's Filibuster for Gun Safety. I'm also the co-founder of City Year, along with Michael Brown and Jenny Eplett-Riley and Neil Silverston. City Year is a youth service program that unites young adults from all backgrounds for a year of full-time service in urban schools, mentoring and tutoring children through AmeriCorps. I'll never forget, on the morning of October 5th, 1990, very early in the morning, I got a phone call that one of our Corps members, Tyrone Gunn, had been shot and killed in an act of senseless violence. It stunned me, it saddened me, it shocked me to my core. And all of us at City Year, we were only 75 Corps members then. Even in 5 weeks, we'd become a family. And we gathered together. We did what we could to support Tyrone's mom and his family. And we were deeply honored when his mom asked his City Year team members to be the pallbearers at his funeral. But it had really shooken all of us. We brought in grief counselors. We shared the pain, the frustration, the anger, and didn't know what to do. You see, we were supposed to be the idealistic people, the people coming from all backgrounds, uniting the city, inspiring the city, taking care of children, young people, bringing people together. And we just lost one of our own. We worked together, we got through it, but all of us were deeply affected, and the year wasn't the same. About 19 months later, on May 18th of 1992, I was at the Morning Star Baptist Church for the funeral of Robert Odom. A City Year Corps member who was a dear friend of his wanted to go, and she had no one to go with her. So I said I'd go. And in the middle of the service, a group of young people barged into the church, grabbed one of the young people there, started beating them, stabbing them, and then shots rang out inside the church. I was frightened. I couldn't believe it in the middle of a church service. But that was the tipping point for Boston. And the faith community rallied to create the 10-point coalitions. People I'm honored to say are friends of mine. Reverend Eugene Rivers, Bruce Wall, John Borders from Morning Star, Ray and Gloria Hammond, and others realized that if the violence had gone in the church had to get outside the church and into the community. And they partnered with the police. Commissioner Francis Mickey Roach, who was also a friend, an early supporter of City Year. And the ministers and the police went hand in hand and started community policing, and police got out of their cars and they went into the neighborhoods together. The business community jumped in. The civic community partner. And a whole host of things were done. Expanding after-school programs, midnight basketball, more summer job programs, more mentoring programs, more service programs, more counseling programs. And Boston started to enforce Massachusetts' strict gun safety laws, which were the strongest in the country. And it worked. We did not have a death of a young person by gun violence for 2.5 years. It was called the Boston Miracle. But it wasn't a miracle. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't like trying to find a cure for cancer. It was a community rallying, doing the things we know that must be done. That we invest in our young people, understanding that too many like Tyrone or Reggie and countless others are our future teachers, our coaches, our doctors, our lawyers, our civic leaders, and everyone, and rallying together, refusing to fail to get it done. So we know we can do this. We just have to have, as Dr. King said, the political will and the moral sense of the fierce urgency of now. I have been so heartened and hopeful and inspired by so many of you who have taken the podium of 24/7, just like Sandra, to share your truth, to bare your souls, to demand that Congress act. I've been moved to tears so many times over the course of this past week, inspired by your courage and your ongoing faith in America, even though you've suffered unbearable loss. And Congress is listening. And we're on the verge of a historic breakthrough led by the gun safety organizations, Brady, Everytown, Giffords, March for Our Lives, Moms Demand Action, Sandy Hook Promise, and so many other organizations who we are honored to be partnering with in this effort, just trying to support your leadership and the hundreds of thousands of your members across the country that have been at this for years and years and years. And it's because of your leadership that we're going to get this historic breakthrough today. But I also know that once this happens, you're going to be right back at it. You're going to stay at it until we finally end the scourge of gun violence in our country and our communities, where people aren't safe to go to the grocery store or to the mall or to nightclubs or to places of worship or to schools. And just today, on this historic day for gun safety, with this breakthrough after 30 years, we have the Supreme Court ruling saying that New York can't enforce its own laws. So I know you're going to be right back at it. All of us have to stay at this and keep raising our voices and join together until we finally rid our country of the scourge of gun violence. And we at 24/7 will do our part to support your leadership. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Darius Baxter, and I'm proud to be joining you today from the halls of the U.S. Congress. I'm here today not to share a message of joy, but because we have a crisis in this country. I was born here in Washington, D.C. in 1993 to my mother and my father, both public servants. My mother, a D.C. public school teacher, and my father, a Metropolitan Police Department officer, did their best to ensure that I was hidden from the scourge that was happening around me. Like many Washingtonians in the 90s, I found myself growing up in a world surrounded by gun violence. where at a time we were known as the murder capital, not just here in the U.S., but around the world. But through their hard work and dedication, I found myself in a position where I always had access to amazing education and opportunities. But unfortunately, despite their best efforts, when I was 9 years old, I witnessed the violent murder of my father in my childhood home. At that point in my life, I had a decision to make, whether I was going to stay on the path that my parents had worked so hard to put me on, or if I was going to turn to the streets that surrounded me. Through the love, the care, and the kindness of my mother, Stephanie Page Baxter, who I have the honor of standing in the shadow of, I stayed on that right path. And I continued to push and dedicate myself to a better self and a better community. That led me on a journey to remain here in Washington, D.C., to attend the prestigious Georgetown University. And it was there, at 17 years old, I began the path that led me here today. While I was at Georgetown, I found out very quickly that the world was much different than the one that I had grown up in 90s Washington, D.C. The bubble that I had lived in, thinking the world was this peaceful place filled with love, quickly popped as I realized the separation between the haves and the have-nots right here in my own city in Washington, D.C. In going through my own journey, as I matriculated to the graduation stage, I made a commitment to say that the story of Adarius Baxter, a young kid that experienced violence of a parent, that experienced homelessness, that experienced death and despair at a very young age, only to make it to a top 10 university to pursue his dreams, would not be the exception to the rule, but would be the example of what was possible for young black kids here in my city in Washington, D.C. But as I stand here today on the Senate floor, unfortunately, over my lifetime, this is still yet to be the case. As I stood there facing the graduation stage in 2016, I made a commitment that I was no longer going to be a passerby. I no longer was just going to read the news headlines and think that it is okay to just talk about the issues. And in that moment, I turned down opportunities to pursue Wall Street. I turned down opportunities to pursue development. I turned down opportunities to make money, to go back to my community to ensure that pathways were created so that every child that is born here in the nation's capital, had an opportunity to be successful. And in that time, here in Washington, D.C., as we headed into the summer of 2016, gun violence was at an all-time high. But through the efforts and the hard work of dozens and dozens of individuals and dozens of organizations, in Anacostia, where we first held our first program at Good Projects, and that summer in 2016, there were 0 gun-related incidences. 0. Now, why was that the case? Because what you saw in the summer of 2016 was a group of committed individuals that said we weren't just going to talk about the problems. We weren't just going to stand and say we're going to debate over them or stand in the halls of Congress and talk about why things can't happen or make excuses. City, but we were going to roll up our sleeves and put on our work boots and get in the community and do what needed to be done. From there, my journey continued through the investment here of the D.C. government. We expanded our efforts from one summer camp to running one of the largest juvenile justice programs, not just here in the district, but around the nation. The Credible Messenger Initiative has become a national model for restorative justice. But what I didn't know, what I was signing up for, the young, kind-hearted, ambitious, at that point, 21-year-old, I didn't know the trauma and the despair that I was signing up for at that time. Where over the next several years, going in and out of juvenile detention facilities here in the district, I found myself experiencing firsthand the effects of gun violence, losing dozens of students that I was working with to guns, either being the perpetrators or the victims of these heinous crimes. But it was in doing that work that I started to realize that the issue is much bigger than guns. The issue is much bigger than laws. The issue is the heart. We have young people that are growing up here in Washington, D.C. and around this country that are growing up completely hopeless, that are growing up without an ounce of love in their life, at no fault of their own, that by the time they hit 13, 14, 15 years old, they've already given up. And based on how we treat them as a whole in this country, I don't blame them. Too often I have found myself at the front row of funerals and sitting in people's living rooms trying to explain to them what has happened. Yet we sit here and we debate issues as if there are not real people on the other side of them. I personally can no longer stand for it. Unlike several members that fill these halls, unlike several leaders that lead organizations, I will leave the Senate building today and return to a community that is less than a mile away from the U.S. Capitol in which I stand, that is plagued by poverty, that is plagued by gun violence. Where is the Savior? Where is the help? We debate these things from our ivory towers in hope that they'll just change on their own. But I can tell you from what I'm seeing firsthand on the ground, things will only get worse if we do not act now. I have chosen to pursue my passions in the community, not for myself, not for fame, not for notoriety, not for money, but because I have no choice. To know a problem exists and not to do anything about it makes you the perpetrator. I refuse to be on that side of history. I have chosen in 2022 to pursue the office of the U.S. Shadow Representative for the Washington, D.C., not because I want to pursue a political office, but because I'm tired of business as usual. Now is the time for us to take action. I implore members of Congress, I implore members of the D.C. community, I implore my fellow members of government here in the district to act. Because at what point, how many lives have to be lost before we decide that we are going to invest in our children? I thank you all for what you have already done, but at the end of the day, we must keep working. We cannot pride ourselves, and we've done so for too long, on the individual lives that we save. The time has come and gone for that. This is a systems-level issue. Guns are a symptom of a much larger problem that we have in our communities. Passing common sense gun safety legislation is a simple thing that we can all do to address a much larger issue. Today I come to you as a humble servant of the people that I love in Southwest Washington, D.C., and I implore all of you to continue to stay in the good fight. My name is Darius Baxter. I'm the president and CEO of Good Projects, and I look forward to working with millions of people across America as we continue to address the issues of gun violence now and for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe it's my turn. I am Mark Morial. I'm proud to serve as President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Urban League. Also proud to have served 8 years as mayor of the great city of New Orleans, as well as President of the United States Conference of Mayors, as well as a member of the Louisiana Senate. Today, the United States Supreme Court, in a decision which I believe is highly irresponsible and inconsistent with the historic way in which the Second Amendment has been interpreted, has basically greenlit the additional proliferation of guns here in New York State. The gun violence we face in this country, some 19,000 homicides, plus another 20,000 or so, 10 to 20,000 suicides that have been occurring as a result of gun violence, the rise of gun violence, hate crimes, hate violence, mass killings, cry out for a generation of elected officials who are going to act responsibly to limit the access and make it more difficult for people to use guns to commit such heinous offenses, to either hurt themselves or hurt others. I strongly support a ban on assault weapons. I strongly support an expanded set of background checks. We at the National Urban League do support this emerging framework and compromise in the Senate, while at the same time recognizing it does not go far enough. But we should, notwithstanding that, embrace even incremental steps towards more responsible gun laws in this nation. When I was 10 years old, my best friend lost his life due to a gunshot. While it was an accidental shooting, that has impacted my thinking, my life for many, many years. I lost this friend, and it was irreconcilable for many of us who were very little to lose a friend due to a gunshot. I, nonetheless, have committed my professional life as a member of the Senate, introducing legislation in the Louisiana legislature for more responsible gun laws, as mayor of New Orleans, championing a lawsuit against the gun manufacturing industry, and here at the National Urban League, standing with every town and many, many others for a more responsible approach with respect to gun policy and gun safety laws. So I stand with many today who call out and cry out for some of our leaders to join the majority of the American people who want more responsible gun laws, who want a better approach, who are crying out for there to be action. Buffalo, Uvalde, Mother Emanuel, Tree of Life, or just the type of gun incidents that occur in neighborhoods and communities all across the nation. Too many of them, and many of them could be thwarted if we banned assault weapons, if we created responsible barriers to those who are mentally ill, those with histories of domestic violence. A universal system of background checks is needed and necessary in this nation. So we'll take an incremental victory, but we will not give up. We will not stop. We will continue to work and to fight day in, day out for more responsible gun laws, because we must stop and end the violence. Canada and the United Kingdom, many of these other nations who have stricter gun laws, do not have the problems we have in the United States. These deaths are unacceptable. They create pain. They create suffering. They create broken families. Time for action in a meaningful way is indeed now. So I stand together with this unprecedented 24/7 people's filibuster in favor of responsible gun laws and against gun violence. And once again, my name is Mark H. Morial. I'm the president of the National Urban League, and I authorized this message.
Thank you, members of Congress, for the opportunity to speak to the issue of gun safety and the needless grief the lack of responsible gun use causes. My name is Caroline Croft, and I am a member of the Leadership Council for the People's Filibuster for Gun Safety, which is a platform for all Americans to share their stories, concerns, and views so that positive and effective policy around gun safety is enacted without delay in the U.S. Congress. As the former executive director of the Robert F. Kennedy Memorial Foundation, I have seen firsthand the horrendous effects of the loss to 11 children of a loving and devoted father, a husband, and a statesman. These losses to a family and to our nation were caused by an unregistered firearm, in the hands of a person without a background check, as are so many tragic losses of life to our country. Gun safety is a public health crisis that impacts every American every day. Each day in the United States, 320 people are shot, 111 people are shot and killed, and 12 children killed. Every year, tens of thousands die from gun violence. Nearly one of us, everyone agrees it is time to act. 9 in 10 Americans agree we need action on gun safety across political parties, generations, races, regions, and other divides. This filibuster is showing that for gun safety, these differences do not matter. We may have political, economic, social, and cultural differences, but when it comes to gun safety, we are united. These senseless tragedies and others that might occur in the future may be prevented if the Congress acts now to pass effective and bipartisan legislation. In closing, thank you again for allowing me to testify before you and urge you to act immediately to strengthen the security of our children, families, and the nation. In closing, thank you again for allowing me to testify before you and urge you to act immediately to strengthen the security of our children, families, and the nation.
Good afternoon, America. It is 12:50 here in Washington, D.C. I am Kelsey Adams, Program Director at DC Vote, Executive Director of Long Live Go-Go, Community Director at Legacy DC, and Presenting Associate for Capital Bop. To my fellow Americans, what is the loudest sound heard from communities of the voiceless located in our nation's capital? The flashing tear from the boom of that barrel. The District of Columbia serves as the home for over 750,000 people, yet gun violence strikes down over hundreds of spirits every year. According to the Washington, D.C. Gun Violence Problem Analysis Summary Report, there were 341 homicides that occurred in the D.C. from January 1st to December 31st of 2020, and a total of 522 non-fatal injuries from shootings that occurred from that same time frame. This public health crisis affects lives in each quadrant of our federal city, from South Capitol to Wisconsin Avenue. Despite having the place of the most effective local firearm violence laws, our children in neighborhoods are threatened by weak national violence prevention regulation. To tell you more about my home, as a large, influential town, we are neither a territory or a state. Despite being American citizens who pay the highest federal tax wages on average versus residents of any other state, we lack the ability to pass, ratify, or enforce district-wide municipal law. In no other nation on earth do citizens living in the capital have no voice in the vote. Although having a thriving economy and paying more to the federal government than we receive as people, the District of Columbia exists in a limbo of state legislative apartheid, unparalleled from this hostile regime. As important as this issue of gun reform is, it is important that I stand on the Senate floor while you bear in mind that myself and over 700,000 other residents of my city have no voice in this office, while only 580,000 in Wyoming have two. It's no coincidence that D.C. will be the largest black plurality in the country. The values of all Americans, not just some, should be a part of these conversations, especially when they affect these residents. We need equal representation in our nation's Congress. This issue is not political. It is a personal one for me. The parents and the hundreds of thousands of youth living in my home deserve a voice. We can all point to statistics, For the first time ever in 22, the firearm violence prevention team became, firearm violence became the leading cause of death for people aged 1 through 19, with no violence prevention entities being instated. To add, suicide, which is the 10th leading cause of death for adults, is largely associated with firearms. Over 20 years ago, the Senate's conservatives and liberals supported assault weapon bans, the Brady Bill, and many accepted the 10-year sunset provision in case the legislation was not strong enough. It's clear that legislation is not strong enough. If the nation's leaders can't be responsible for harmful weapons, corporations, then at least we can be responsible to our vulnerable youth. We must not turn a blind eye to the root of these causes: a lack of proper resources. Our communities, especially the black and brown ones, are continually underfunded, and as a result is a direct connection to the violence polluting our streets. We need to invest in our communities. We need to provide opportunities that will keep people off the streets and make mental health awareness programs that are freely accessible to underprivileged communities while providing things to do for our youth. As a curator, I understand the need for events and educational but inviting platforms. I strive to peacefully protest and create a space of only vibes and good energy. We need more resources to our schools, community programs, and other community organizations such as mine to help keep guns out of the hands of our children. The solutions are not a secret. Simple measures like universal background checks, cracking down on straw purchasers, and illegal weapon sales while limiting access to high-capacity magazines and military-style assault weapons will save countless lives. We need 2 members from D.C. in our nation's Congress to help push this. Gun reform now, D.C. statehood now.
Good afternoon, America. My name is Justin Yadiya Johnson. I'm the founder of an organization here in D.C. named Long Live Go-Go. We are the founders of Mochella as well. And pretty much gun violence has always affected me indirectly, and just recently directly with the incident that just happened after our demonstration on Juneteenth. But what we do here in D.C. is garner an audience of all ages, seniors to infants, at our demonstrations to speak up against a lot of the inequities that are happening socially in the city, and not just in the city, but in the country as well. Everything is connected, and gun violence is something that our community knows about a little bit too well. I'm sure I'm not the only one that has been affected directly. We have a lot of juveniles who are walking around with weapons. We have people walking around with firearms that aren't registered, and all too often, you know, a life is lost. A family's hearts are shattered, and gun violence has been an issue that has affected us for years. So it's something that is way long overdue to attack as a collective. This infrastructure this infrastructure in the bill that you all are discussing, the legislation, you know, some of the points are cool. But I feel like it won't be the end to gun violence as a whole. Just passing this legislation that you all are discussing now is going to take a lot of work consistently. And we always have to think about the root of these issues. And I always say that a lot of gun violence, I feel, is economically motivated. Like my colleague said, we come from a community that's traditionally been under-resourced, have been the targets of one of the highest rates of gentrification here in the city. You know, the schools are underfunded. There aren't many resources in the neighborhoods for, you know, many outlets for the kids to express themselves or even cultivate their skills. The trade programs have been taken out of the schools, so a lot of, you know, people leaving high school are looking for ways to make money in this weird time, you know, especially post-pandemic. So I say a lot of the violence, I feel, is economically motivated. So we have to really think about you know, the root and where these ideas come from, and it comes from a mindset. So if we want to look to change gun violence, I think we have to start to look into the mindsets of the community, the mindset of the youth, and the mindset of these people that are committing crimes, because guns do not shoot themselves. So we have to think about how we can put people in a better position to survive and thrive in this society, and not just live meager lifestyles, you know, not just be exposed to what's in their community. Ward 7 and 8 here in DC, you know, is a humongous food desert. People don't even know where they can go and purchase nutritious food to eat. So all of these things affect how you think, the way you eat, you know, where you go to school, you know, what you do in your daily life. Your lifestyle affects your mindset, and your mindset affects your decisions. So I feel like we really want to put a gun into gun violence, we'll have to collectively figure out how we can put people, and most specifically people in the black and brown community, in a better position to thrive in this society, not just exist, but to thrive. Also, I know a lot of people in affluent communities around the country might hear about gun violence, but to them it may just seem like a statistic. You know, you hear about it, but it's different when you're actually inside of, you know, the actual spaces where they're happening. So I'm glad that we're at this point to open the eyes of people around the country. I think this is something that people have already been aware of. They know that gun violence is something that is affecting people around the world. But one thing that does bother me with this infrastructure and this legislation is that a lot of resources will go to states, and we're here in Washington, D.C., where we're not a state. So once again, even if we are able to push this legislation through, I think that us as Washingtonians will still have a hurdle to get over when it comes to receiving a lot of these resources, which I think is another huge problem when the city and the federal government allot resources for specific programs and communities. Are these resources truly touching these communities or these people? So we have to do our due diligence to make sure that what we are giving, the people are actually receiving, and not just receiving it, but they're actually able to utilize it and be put in a better position to win. So gun violence is not something that's going to end with just the passing of this legislation, but this is a start to be able to show our concern and how serious we are about taking action, because the time is now. I feel once again that gun violence is something that's affected us all indirectly and some of us directly, but it's not something that we have to keep enduring. So with that being said, I definitely feel like even further than this bill, we have to think about the plight of the Washingtonians and the under-resourced community right here in your own backyard. You know, we're up here on the hill, but this community is constantly and consistently looked over and consistently kind of given the short end of the stick. A lot of people now don't even know how they can pay their rent to even live in this city, and I feel like that's completely unfair. So we talk about gun violence, we have to talk about all these things too. So I appreciate you all having me today, and I hope that I can continue to help you all push this effort to make sure that gun violence is decreased heavily. Thank you.
My name is Jack Gardner. I'm a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General, and I support the 24/7 effort led by John Bridgeton and Alan Casey. I served a little over 35 years in the military, and I spent about half that time living and working outside the United States. And that experience led me to a couple of conclusions. One, our nation has capabilities and resources other nations don't, and when we collaborate, it allows us to do seemingly impossible things. And two, we face a couple internal challenges that most of the other developed nations don't face, and one of those is gun violence. And in our country, it manifests itself in school shootings, accidental shootings, suicide by handguns, and shootings and homicides in some of our major urban areas often linked to gang violence. This is a complex and contentious issue. There's no easy answer, but I think we have an opportunity to both protect Second Amendment rights while also implementing some reasonable measures that could significantly improve public safety. And to me, those would include red flag laws, which have received a lot of attention recently, conducting background checks, executing a really robust mental health awareness campaign, and providing access to mental health treatment. And I think that topic needs to be central to this issue. We also need to creatively find ways to reduce the number of illegal handguns that are just floating around the country, to include in some of our major cities. And in terms of high-velocity rifles, or assault weapons, if you want to call them that, but a rifle that shoots a high-velocity round that can cause severe damage to the human body, at a minimum, to buy one, you should at least be 21. You should be the same age as other guns. This is really hard. Our nation's been dealing with it, or trying to deal with it, for decades. But I think the effort led by John and Alan, the 24/7 effort, has the potential to bring all the parties together, drive a coherent, bipartisan conversation that can lead to reasonably prudent measures that, again, that could significantly improve public safety. And I ask for your support for them. Thank you.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I don't know what the average is for Americans who witness a school shooting, but I'm pretty sure I'm in a statistical anomaly who has witnessed 2 in my lifetime. The first school shooting I witnessed was on May 20th, 1999, at Heritage High School in Conyers, Georgia. I was in 8th grade on my way to middle school at Edwards Middle School. Usually the school buses stopped at the high school first and then dropped off the middle school students. As my bus pulled into the bus loop, shots began to ring out, and I remember students running from inside the building to outside. Instinctively, I pulled my younger siblings to the floor of the bus because we had no idea where the bullets were coming from. After everything settled, 6 students were wounded by a student armed with a .22 caliber rifle and a revolver. This happened exactly 1 month following the tragic Columbine shootings. Fast forward to May 7, 2004. I'm a graduating senior at Randallstown High School in Baltimore, Maryland. I was leading a charity basketball game that was designed to fundraise money for graduating seniors to be able to go to college, and it was hosted by local politicians. It was a normal, sunny, warm afternoon. We had no idea what was about to happen. Around 4 p.m., an altercation breaks out, and one of the individuals snuck off to get a gun from the car. He then shoots into a crowd of unarmed and unsuspecting men, women, and children. And yes, the gun was illegally owned. I, along with the rest of the crowd, began to flee. In the midst of the chaos, a young lady was being trampled in my path of escape. I turned around to drag her to safety. In the course of doing so, I was shot in the back of my neck. I then turned in the fight-or-flight response with my adrenaline pumping. I turned to run with her in my arms. I then felt another bullet hit me in my left shoulder. I fell to the ground. My body started to feel differently. I remember trying to get up to run, but my body was not responding as it usually does. I then realized being on the ground was the safest place to be because shots were still being fired. A few more shots rang out, and then I hear cars screeching away. As I lay on my back looking at the clear blue sky, I could hear crying, I could hear yelling, I could hear screaming, but I couldn't move to go help. I soon saw my basketball coach, the school secretary, and my older cousin Jimmy Well, who had just arrived to pick me up, standing over top of me looking with frightful looks in their eyes. I would soon be medevaced to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Center in downtown Baltimore, where they were feverishly. A week stretched by before I was able to regain consciousness enough to learn that 3 of my classmates, my quarterback, my point guard, and a young freshman, had also been shot. I had been the most seriously injured, and in that same conversation, I learned the extent of my injuries, that the bullet that hit my left shoulder traveled through my body, hit my spine, and collapsed in my right lung. My chances of walking again were slim to zero, and I was now paralyzed from the stomach down. That alone would have been a tough pill for anyone to swallow, but for me, a three-sport athlete with lifelong dreams of following his father's footsteps to play professional football, it was devastating. Senseless violence like school shootings have changed my life forever. At just 17 years old, I had to pick the pieces of my life up while confined to a wheelchair. I had no example of what life looked like following trauma. I didn't know anyone that was wheelchair bound. I didn't know anyone who survived being shot. I didn't have any positive example of life after trauma, so I had to create that on my own with no roadmap. I spent the last 18 years of my life picking my life back up. Even now, I'm still dealing with the impact of my injuries. In two ways, I'm a person that lives with a disability, and as a black man from Baltimore City who's a survivor of gun violence, both of which come with their own share of stereotypes. For the last 18 years, I've been constantly asked questions about why I'm wheelchair bound. And even after I give a well-rehearsed line such as, I was an innocent victim of a shooting at my high school while saving a fellow classmate that resulted in my paralysis, I am still questioned and victim blamed as if I had to be doing something illegal for this type of incident to happen to such a quote-unquote good young man. I believe it's very unfair that I have to go through that line of question. I'm always asked, were you at the wrong place at the wrong time? Were you hanging with the wrong crowd? People's biases of a young black man being shot set in regardless of what I say. It's that fateful day. I've been able to graduate from college with my electrical engineering degree. I'm gainfully employed working for the Department of Defense. I've been able to learn how to relive life. I've learned how to drive. I've been able to purchase a home and modify both my car and my house to fit my physical needs. I'm still surviving my injury till this day. The physical bullet wounds and the surgery scars have healed, yes, but the mental trauma, emotional trauma, and healing work is perpetual and never ending. Every time there's a school shooting or an extremely triggering effect that I have to work diligently to overcome through counseling and advocacy efforts such as this. Now I advocate for those who have lost their lives and those whose voices who've been stripped away from senseless acts of gun violence. Now is the time to push for gun safety laws in order to protect the public. Sir Isaac Newton's first law of motion, which paraphrased a bit, says, an object at rest stays at rest until acted upon by another force. In short, this means guns do not have minds of their own. As a problem solver, I consistently ask myself, how do we keep guns out of the hands of those who seek harm? How do we keep guns out of the hands of those who are dangerous? How do so many illegal guns end up in the streets of Baltimore if no gun manufacturers are in Maryland anymore? These are constant questions that linger in my mind every time an act of gun violence has occurred. As a gun violence survivor, I'm also a licensed gun registered. I know there are many responsible gun owners who are trained not to draw their weapons unless a life is in danger. I believe in extensive background checks and psych evaluations for anyone who wishes to possess a gun, whether for defense of person or property. However, I am not in favor of taking guns away from responsible citizens, but because of my life experiences, I'm a strong advocate for gun safety and gun training. In closing, I would like to thank my Lord and Savior for not only carrying me through those experiences, but giving me the tenacity to do my part, despite my injuries, to make sure that no one else shares these experiences. I pray that the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart are acceptable in His sight. I would like to thank anyone who thought it necessary to include me and my story in this effort, and I hope that we can bring forth change and have gun safety laws approved. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Deke Michelson, and I'm a mass shooting survivor. That's why I decided to speak out today about the necessary gun reform that is so desperately needed in our country. In addition, my motivation for being here is that I have a soon-to-be little 4-year-old girl who deserves the right to feel safe within any school she resides in. If sharing my story can help empower the hearts and minds of individuals with the power to take semi-automatic weapons out of the hands of Americans, then my story of trauma has purpose. On January 6, 2017, a perpetrator opened fire with a 9mm semi-automatic pistol in Terminal 2 of the Fort Lauderdale Airport. My fiance and I were supposed to be in Fort Lauderdale for less than 40 minutes, only there for a connecting flight. I remember the two of us sitting at our gate, sipping Starbucks and chit-chatting when, without warning, public order turned into chaos. The catalyst being an anonymous shriek of, "Run, he's shooting everyone." In a hastened sprint, we took cover in a bathroom with others trying to survive. Some of us were texting and calling our loved ones, while others of us tried to hush the crowd, fearful the perpetrator might find us. The seconds felt like hours as I and several other survivors stood silently on toilets, concealing our feet from view. Conversely, when I called my mother to tell her that I might not get out of the airport alive, she said in her quintessential Texas spirit, "Get out of the bathroom and pick up something heavy. Don't go down without a fight." It's my mother's grit that kept me grounded that day. The timing of what happened next is a blur. I don't remember how long we waited in those stalls, but I do recall the relief I felt when military personnel came to our rescue. Our group was relocated to a stuffy storage room in the back of an airport snack shop, detained for several hours without access to a bathroom. I tried to find my sense of humor when I whispered to my partner, "Well, I guess we should have used the bathroom while we had access to it." But survival humor aside, it was unpleasant. Hours later, we were relocated to the airport grounds, where I and over 10,000 passengers remained detained until the early hours the following morning. I was left to stand in a stain of a victim's blood and wait for several hours before an officer became aware of where we were forced to stand and yellow taped the area. In the aftermath of the shooting, I felt estranged from my family and loved ones. I was diagnosed with PTSD and had to spend several years with symptoms of anxiety, night terrors, and cognitive distortions. It has now been 5 years since my experience in Fort Lauderdale, and nevertheless, is no less painful or real when I think about the tragedy I witnessed that day. I'm pleading for you to take notice. I'm begging for you to think about one of your own children in the same situation. Congress, I am begging you, I am pleading with you to please do something about the gun laws. There needs to be stricter enforcement around gun laws. There should be no reason why an individual at the age of 18 years old can walk in to a Walmart and go and buy a semi-automatic weapon. It's ridiculous. The age to be able to have a drink in this country is 21. Why is it that at the age of 18, someone can purchase a weapon to kill somebody with? We need to have stronger laws, common sense laws that protect not only the individual who's purchasing the gun, but the people around them that will be impacted by those guns. There needs to be better laws around how to handle a gun in terms of keeping it safe, not getting into the hands of youth, not being so accessible that a 15-year-old can go into their dad's room, pick up a gun, and take it to school the next day. I have a daughter. She's 3, almost going to be 4 years old. And every day she goes to a special needs program at an elementary school. That means that the potential for even 3-year-olds to be shot in a public school is there. Congress, please do something about these laws. There needs to be stricter gun reform. It shouldn't be different from state to state when it comes to purchasing a gun. It should be the same in all of our states, and they need to be more strict. Thank you.
My name is Isha Ramsey, and I've had several instances with gun violence that have affected my life. My father was a victim of gun violence. When I was 20 years old, he had bought me a car as an early Christmas present, and in the middle of the night, we heard someone crash into it. He went to investigate just to see what had happened, and he was shot and killed on our front porch. That really changed my life, and it made me feel like guns are just not the way to go. We need to do something to get guns off the street. They take too many lives, and they affect people way, way down the line. That one experience affected me, affected my unborn daughter years later. Our family is still being affected 22 years later. So one instance of gun violence changes everything for a lifetime.
My name is Leslie Welch-Gray, and my experience with gun violence has been interesting. So my first interactions with guns were early. My earliest interactions were at around age 6. Stepfather had a snub-nosed .38. It was black. Why do I remember that? I don't remember a lot of things, but I remember that. And the first time I interacted with it, I was playing with it. And the way it impacted my family was he hit my mother with it. That was one of the many times that I saw him interact with that gun, but that was one of the most memorable times. I grew up with a lot of guys. Many of them are dead today because of gun violence. And I thought that I wanted to be in a different field, but because of the things I experienced as a younger person, I didn't want other young people to live through some of the things that I had to live through, specifically around guns, specifically around violence. Most recently, my daughters were in shootings when they were little girls. My youngest daughter, Zoe, actually, guns were whizzing, or bullets were whizzing by her head. She was riding bikes. Fortunately, she walked away. Many families don't experience that. And I would love legislators to know that people are terrorized. Many people are terrorized. We move out of communities. We move out of states. We move away from different areas where our families can be impacted. One of the things that I did was move because my son is 13. He is special needs. Sometimes he is aggressive. And it could end in a gun incident where he does not come home. We're afraid. And we just want to live. We want to do the same things that everyone else does. Go home, work, build lives for our families. And many of our families cannot do it.
Hi, my name is Shannon Watts. I'm the founder of Moms Demand Action, the nation's largest grassroots organization working to end gun violence. I'm here today to join the chorus of voices demanding a future free from gun violence and to honor the 110 people killed and hundreds more who are wounded by gun violence every single day in this country. We are here to tell our lawmakers, don't look away from our country's gun violence crisis. It is time for you to do your jobs. Don't look away from the tragedies that recently happened in Buffalo, Uvalde, and countless communities across the country. Don't look away from the gun violence that has become the leading cause of death for children and teens in the United States. Don't look away from the survivors demanding that now must be different. We know how to stop gun violence. It takes more than thoughts and prayers. It takes policy and change, and it demands action. Now is the time to be bold. Now is the time to do something because the stakes couldn't be higher. Lives are on the line, and inaction is not an option. We must continue to fight for gun safety policies that will keep all of our kids and communities safe.
I have traveled all over the world, and I can say without fear of successful contradiction, I am proud to be an American. I'm aware of America's historical flaws. I'm committed to helping America become a more perfect union, as the founders cited. But there is no place on earth that I would rather be. There's no country within which I'd rather live than this country. chief among my reasons for loving America is, in fact, the founding principles of this country. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That's profound. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, that's a lofty vision and lofty goal. The idea that we have freedoms as outlined in the Constitution, the freedom of assembly, the freedom of religion. I love the idea that we have 3 units of government, equal powers, accountable to each other. This is, in my view, the most lofty and the most elegant construct that humans have ever created. And while we're a young country, we have proven to be exemplary to emerging countries all over the world. There is one aspect of the country that, however, gives me pause, because that same Constitution that I admire and respect includes the Second Amendment, which is the right to bear arms. I have no problem with the Second Amendment. I love the Second Amendment as much as I love the First Amendment, as much as I love the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that had tremendous meaning for black people. However, there's nothing about my intellect, nothing about my study, nothing about my research that causes me to conclude that loving the Second Amendment requires protecting the right of an individual to walk into a gun store or visit a gun show and buy an AR-15. I just can't be convinced that these men who fought the British with muskets that required changing firing capacity, one bullet at a time, as it were, that when they wrote the words of the Second Amendment, that they really intended to protect the right of someone to buy a gun, a rifle, that could kill 30 people in 30 seconds. I believe you can love the Second Amendment, but you can hate the idea that a deranged individual can access a semi or automatic rifle and wreak havoc on a community, on a family, or an individual. And so I'm urging Congress to pass common sense legislation that reins in the unreasonable while protecting that which is constitutional. My name is DeForest Soares, and I thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective.
Hello, I'm submitting a video because I think there's way too much violence. In a graduation speech, Tim said, love your enemy is the new recipe or requirement for citizenship. I think loving your enemy means not shooting them up with guns, especially in the United States when guns are so available. And it seems like anyone, if they have some kind of grievance, they'll pick up a gun and shoot the next person. I think that we need to love everyone and work with our heart and not our minds. As Tim would say, the United States was once a country of free people. Now if everybody has to look over the back because there's a gun nearby, the violence will not only grow in this country, it'll grow everywhere. And America used to be the country without violence, that much violence. There's always been violence without the kind of violence where we're shooting up little kids in schools and shooting people in grocery stores and shooting here and shooting there. And, I really do think that we can do better. We can do much, much better than that. I would say that one follow up with what he said is we have to do things with our heart. We're doing something with our heart. We're going to be against gun violence. We're going to be against shooting anyone who disagrees with our point of view. But we do need to to take a chance and to believe in people and to love people. We may not like what they're doing, but we need to send that love out and to get support for doing that. I think that for now, this is all I have to say. Maybe another time I can share more, and I'd like to call the friends to do so too. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Boo Milton. I am a youth advocate, I guess you could say. I work in the line of community healing, violence reduction, and yeah, that's the work that I do. Thank you for your time and listening to this. What I'm calling for is intentionality. I think that's what we all calling for, is intentionality. And when I say intentionality, I mean, how are we being intentional about creating environments that feel safe and supportive? You know, whenever we talk about, I know in Cities United, a great organization that I also sit on the board of, we talk about creating safe, hopeful, and healthy communities. Are we being intentional about making them safe? Are we being intentional about making them healthy? And are we intentional about making them hopeful? And if we are, can you point out what intentional efforts we've made to do that? Not to say that there haven't been some, but we can definitely continue that work. Because I don't want to discredit what we've already built, but I want to challenge us to be more intentional about the things that we put in place to make youth feel more supportive. And not just youth, everybody. You know, this is not just about kids, it's not just about adults, it's everybody. So my call to action is for us to be intentional about whatever policy is put in place, whatever action you take, whatever vote you make, please. And I hope that intention is centered in love, connection, and safety, and empathy, you know? I lost one of my friends, actually, the first friend that I experienced like death, like the death of a friend was, he was shot, and it wasn't even violence. It was just a misfire. We was probably, you know, too young to even, you know, to have access to guns in that way. I wasn't there when it happened, but it was, you know, like it was a misfire. And then the years to come, I started losing even more friends, but this was actually the gun violence. It was, in all honesty, I can't even tell you how many friends I've lost because I haven't even taken a chance to process, to even say, to even like count them up and say it was this many. I can call them by name, but to actually give you a number, it's been more than I can count on my hand. I can tell you that for sure. And, you know, and it hurts. You know, I might have only lost one or two friends to other things, but gun violence is real. And what people have access to express a deeper need and desire for validation, love, connection, can really change the game. So I really ask if we can figure out how we can be more intentional about how we move these things forward in peace, love, and light, and empathy. So I thank you so much, and I appreciate your consideration in doing what's best for all of us.
Hi, I'm Yasmin Selena, co-founder of the Hustlers Guild, an organization that focuses on the trauma of kids who suffer from gun violence daily. Just recently, we lost a student who was shot in the head in Washington, D.C. It's sad as to say that people think that gun violence is a black people issue. It is not a black person's issue at all. It's not a red issue. It's not a blue issue. It's the issue of this country. We need to stand together as constituents to rely on our elected officials to do something to demand a safer homeland for the kids in this country, seniors in this country, adults, and everyone who's here. Thank you again for your time, and again, we demand action.
Hello, my name is Dr. Marty KKC, and I am from St. Louis, Missouri, just 10 minutes away from where Ferguson resides. I am also the founder and owner of Ungun Institute, where I help individuals disarm from trauma. Trauma is nothing new in my life. When I was 5 years old, my great-grandmother on my father's side was gunned down in her home on Good Friday over a black and white TV. 5 years old, I have dealt with the trauma of trying to understand that when someone gets a hold of a gun and they are hurting or they are angry and they can inflict harm on others. How do we overcome that? Well, when I thought I was healing from that, about 20 years after that, my brother was the shooter. And he was the shooter because someone in the neighborhood had threatened to come and kill everyone in our family. My brother did 3 years day for day on the inside of jail, and my mother and I did 3 years on the outside. See, gun violence doesn't just affect the person who has been shot or the person who's shooting. It affects everyone who's attached to those individuals. They come from a family, and we love them. So when we take the life of someone, this is what we call trauma tracing. We have to then trace it back to every individual that they are attached to, because hurt people, healed people, heal people. We're not just in business to look at this as what are we going to do about the guns, but what are we going to do about the hearts of people that need to be healed? That's really where we need to start. Because I believe if we can change the heart of man, we will help the man to understand that the gun is not the way to handle anything. And I'm standing here before you when I told you that in my own family, my loved one was the shooter. And that's when I began to do this work as an activist. I knew that something was wrong when my brother went to jail and the first person he saw in the yard was my grandfather. We have a generational problem. And if we look at how long guns have been a problem in the United States, we can take it all the way back to slavery and then some. We have to get to the root cause of the problems here. These trauma bullets are killing us all. We have been affected by every shooting that has taken place. When we turn on the news and we watch the media and we see how innocent people's lives have been attacked. When are we going to heal? See, you can't heal anything that you don't feel. So I'm asking you right now, those who have an opportunity to change the laws and to protect the people, what are you feeling in your heart today? I'm not asking you if you're a gun owner, if you're using your guns to hunt, or you're using your guns for protection. I'm asking you just one simple question. What's in your heart today? Do you care about people, or do you only care about people when it affects you in your backyard? See, I've been caring about gun violence for a long time. 5, I didn't have a choice when my loved one's life was taken. And then when Ferguson happened, I recognized that trauma again. I said, oh my goodness, these children are going to be affected for a lifetime. We don't do something about it. So I gathered up these children, and I serviced over 3,000 in the city of St. Louis with my nonprofit, Show Me Arts Academy, teaching them how to sing and dance and to tap into their gifts and talents so they understand that the increase of value will also increase their empathy for others and their love for others. When they value themselves, they'll be able to value other people. And I raised enough money to bring them right here to Washington, D.C., New Jersey, and New York as they performed all around 5 years ago. I brought them here so they could see that their voice matters. And you know what happened? The insurrection took place right here in the same space, and those same babies watched that. I know we can do better because I know we are better. So I flew in this morning so I could come back to this same spot to stand strong on my promises that I made to those children. We live in the greatest country, and we have the right to be safe. We have the right to live, and we can learn to live in peace and not just wait to rest in it. What's in your heart today? Are you going to be the one to make the changes? See, I didn't have to be kin to those children in order for me to gather them in and to love on them and to try to show them something different. I didn't have to know them first because I care about all children. Do you care about the children that have recently been gunned down? Do you even remember the children in Sandy Hook? Do you remember the children of those grandparents that was just gunned down in New York? Did you see their faces on television? Did you hear their cries? What's in your heart? We have to ungun these trauma bullets today because we all need to heal from this collective trauma. See, we all don't need guns. Guns are not cell phones. We can't just allow these weapons to get in the hands of people that are hurting, because their hurt turns to harm, which increases the violence. So I'm asking you again today, what is in your heart? What are you going to do? Don't make me out to be a lie to these children. When I told them they can use their voice and they can make changes, I come today to use mine and to make a change. Let's do this right now. Let's do this together, because this is America. Unity for all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Jolly, and I'm with Moms Demand Action Against Gun Violence in America, and also Everytown for Gun Safety, Students Demand Action Against Gun Violence, and I'm an activist. In January 2006, I was shot right here in my temple, and the bullet came out right above my lip. And I'm so blessed to be alive, to tell the story, and to testify, and to give my testimony to everyone, for those that can't speak, for those that are silent. And what I had to do is, when I remember, like yesterday, I was laying on the ground in a pool of blood on the ground. My son was 8 years old. Actually, my son was actually supposed to come home with me that day, but he asked if he could stay at his grandparents' house, spend the night over there. So all I can do was pray. And I said, please, God, let me live to see my son. Let me live to see my son grow up another day. My son is almost 25 years old. And my son said, to this day, he said, Ma, he said, you don't ever have to be afraid or worry anymore. My son, yes, he has a gun, and he said, I will protect you at all costs. I'm not trying to take away, we're not trying to take away your Second Amendment rights. We're not trying to bear arms, get rid of bear arms. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to make sensible gun laws and bills to protect the United States citizens of America, to protect our children, to protect everyone in America. We have a right to protect our United States citizens and our children. They shouldn't have to fear to go to school and be shot down. The parents leave them to go into school and they never return home. They should never have to worry about that. The parents should never have to get a call saying there's a shooting at their school, locked down, and then the police don't go in and try to help the children. We have to do something. I testified before in front of Congress. I testified in front of the senators. I said, how much more? How much more is it going to take? What more is going to happen? Is it going to be your kids? Is it going to be you, yourself, one of the senators? When January 6th happened, they came into the Senate chambers. They came into Congress. That's not enough for you either? Look at Gabby Gifford. I said, look at Gabby Gifford. She'll never be the same. She had to retire. Senator Gabby Gifford. I said, look at the Senator Scalise. He's still going through surgeries. What more would it take for you to do something? Pass the bills, pass the laws to protect United States citizens, to protect us and the children. We can't go to the malls. We can't go to the churches. We can't go to synagogues. We can't go nowhere. Nowhere. Marathons, movie theaters, nowhere without being gunned down like an animal, like a vulture, being shot down. It's not right. We need you all to do something to move senators. We need you to move. It's the NRA. I know it is. NRA has a big gap. It's a big problem with the NRA because they're doing money things. It's money's going on. Let's tell the truth. Yes, NRA, yes, they are. But we need to step up. We voted for the senators and House of Representatives to protect us, protect the United States of America, protect the citizens, protect your constituents. You work for us. We need you all to protect us, to keep us safe. There should not be no AR-15 guns on the street. No, they're not in the military. They're not on the war field, and they're not on the war zone. There should not be no AR-15 guns on the street, unless you're hunting. None. They can shoot in seconds and kill people, big amounts of people just in seconds. That should never happen, never. So I'm asking Congress, the senators, to act, to move, not just speak. Thoughts and prayers, yes, we need a lot of thoughts and prayers, but we need to act now. It's time to act, senators. It's time to do your diligence, do your job. We really need you to work. And yes, we do have some senators that has been on the moving with us and trying to do stuff with us. Yes, we do. But we need a whole lot of more senators to go ahead and pass this bill. It's a bipartisan Safer Communities Bill Act that we need passed. Please, we're asking you to please, we're begging you, senators, to please pass the bills, pass the law. We need legislation now, not tomorrow, not a couple of months from now or years from now. We need it now. We need y'all to move, to act, please, right now. Save us, save America, save our children, save our people here in the United States of America. Please, please, we don't want any more mass shootings. Sandy Hook was enough. That was the first. Sandy Hook, Parkland, Columbine. And it goes on and on. Buffalo. On and on. Now, it's a disgrace. It really is. Because if you look at the other countries, they're looking at the United States of America. And they say, look at the United States of America. Look at them. Look at the United States of America. They act like fools. They're killing each other. And they're doing nothing about it. They're doing nothing about it. They don't care about their people. They don't care about whether they're safe or not. They only care about the money. That's what they care about. And that's what they're doing. The other countries are sitting there and they're looking and laughing at us. And it's sad. It's really sad. It really is.
And it's disgraceful. It really is disgraceful. So I'm asking you, senators, once again, to please let us move and act on it. Let us do our job. Do our job. Please do your job. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ms. Hardy, and I am the Director of Hope in Action, and I'm also the founder of Guns Down Friday. Guns Down Friday is a nonprofit where we provide resources to communities affected by youth homicide, suicide, and mental health illnesses. I did 6 years in the military. I worked in mortuary. When I came home from the military, I realized the streets of D.C. was worse than a war zone. And that is when I knew I wanted to create change. There's a young man that I work with. His name is Makai. About 3 years ago, I started working with Makai. He was 10 years old when I started working with him. And he was being bullied. And he decided that he needed to carry a gun. So his father wanted to, ship him off, but I said, please let me work with this young man. Let me spend some time with him. Let me work with him. So fast forward to now, 3 years later, this young man is on honor roll. He is an avid, and he's the head of his class, and he is no longer wanting to pick up a gun, and he's also no longer being picked on. That is why resources are so important. I'm sorry. That is why resources are so important. I'm sorry, I had to get these names. It is so important that we call out names when we're doing this, and it means so much to the parents. So I have a few names that I want to say. Karan Brown, Stormaya Jackson, Micaiah Wilson, PJ, King, Maurice Scott, Davon McNeil. And these are all children that were gunned down in the streets of D.C. So, Senate, please take action to pass the Bipartisan Community Act. And this message is also to the people. It's a saying I like to say, no longer will we wait for the government. We will create change ourselves. I'm not saying we're not holding them accountable, but we cannot wait for them for change. Please follow our organization at www.gunsdownfriday.com. Like I said, no longer will we wait for the government. We must create change ourselves. Guns Down Friday, guns down in our home street and community.
Hi, my name is Carmen Lodato. I'm here today as a survivor of gun violence. If you can see under my hair, I'm wearing a button with my mom's picture on it. That's not something that I ever expected that I would be wearing. I'm also here as a gun violence prevention advocate. I've spent the last 4 or 5 years working to make communities safe for everyone. I grew up in Virginia, in Alexandria, so pretty close to here, but I've been living in DC for the last few years. My whole reasoning for doing this work, it goes back to my story and my mom, so I'd like to tell you a little bit about her. She was a music teacher. She taught piano in our home for 38 years, and she also played the organ at church on Sunday. She taught a early childhood music program called Music Together, where parents and caregivers would come and sing and dance with their children. She wanted to spread joy and music to everyone that she met. She was a really special person. Not someone that you ever would expect that something like this would happen to. On February 6, 2014, she opened the front door of our home and was shot twice by a man who was a felon and shouldn't have had access to a weapon in the first place. I was actually out of the country at the time. I was on a study abroad trip in Switzerland, and it took my family almost a day to get a hold of me because I was out of cell service. And when I found out, I couldn't believe it. I was in the airport, and I was told I had to call home, and I had this horrible feeling in my stomach that I couldn't explain. And for what do I do first? I call my mom. Obviously, she doesn't answer. I call the house phone. It's a crime scene. Obviously, no one answers. I call my dad, and finally, I hear from my uncle, your mom was murdered. And I mean, I just started screaming. I told him he was wrong, that wasn't possible, all of those things. But unfortunately, in this country, it is possible, and it happens to people all the time. 110 people a day are killed by guns. My mom was just one of them that day. And when I got involved in advocacy a few years ago, we were saying 95 or 96. So that shows you now we're saying 110. And those are just the people that are killed. That doesn't account for the 200 plus people who are wounded and their lives are forever changed, or all the people who witness these shootings and their families and the community, and it just ripples outward and outward. So I come home from Switzerland. My family's hiding out at my sister's house because there's media and stuff everywhere. This is a huge story. You know, a music teacher is shot and killed while opening her front door, and in this, you know, safe community, it's this big thing. They did catch the man who killed my mom, and he killed 2 other people in Alexandria over the span of 11 years. Both of them, it was, you know, knock on the front door, and he killed them, and you know, it was a completely like a cold case. There was, you know, no evidence there. My elderly grandmother, who's almost 90 years old, was home when my mom was shot, and her caregiver was there. The man also shot her and wounded her, and she was the reason that this whole case was cracked open and the reason that this man was, you know, put in prison for the rest of his life. And I'm very grateful that, you know, he can't hurt anyone else, but it doesn't bring my mom back. I know that a lot of people don't even get justice. They don't get any of the legal proceedings or any of that, and I did get that, and my family is grateful for that, but it doesn't bring my mom back. It doesn't give my sister's kids a grandmother. It doesn't give my dad his partner back. You know, my mom missed my graduation. She's going to miss my wedding. You know, the rest of my life I have to live without my mom. So he took something from us that nothing can give back. And in the years following my mom's murder, I actually worked in TV news. My major was journalism, so I graduated from college on time. You know, I went back to Switzerland 2 weeks after my mom was killed, and I pushed forward, and I was able to graduate on time. And I go to work in the news business here in DC, and one of the top stories is my mom's murder all the time, you know, hour to hour, every hour that's the top story. I would go to court, I would sit there all morning, and then I would go to work where I would see the reporter who I'd just been with in court, and, you know, my mom's murder was the top story because he had killed 2 other people, and then they started calling him a serial killer. And, you know, that's something very sensational that people like to splash with the headlines. So I decided I needed to leave news. It was too much for me. And I decided to pivot and start doing what my mom was doing, teaching music to little kids. So I told you I was a gun violence survivor, and now I'm also a teacher. So this issue is affecting me in a different way. I'm teaching preschool kids. I also was a student at Virginia Tech. I didn't mention that before. I was not there when the shooting happened in 2007, but I was a part of that community, and I saw the impact that it had. And while I was on campus in 2011, somebody came from another community and shot a Virginia Tech police officer and shot himself. And when that happened, our whole campus went into lockdown. I was a freshman in the dorm. I was absolutely terrified. The whole campus went into lockdown, and then since it was happening at Virginia Tech, the media descended from everywhere. It was a huge deal. And, you know, that's just like a tiny taste of what the Virginia Tech community had to deal with in 2007. So I thought that going to Virginia Tech was going to be the closest I became to gun violence. I didn't expect it to show up literally on my front doorstep, and it did. And I just would like to say to the senators and to everyone watching, It can happen to you. I know that's an uncomfortable truth, but it can happen to you. Don't wait to get involved until it does happen to you, because you could be at the grocery store, at church, at your synagogue, at the movies. The litany goes on and on and on. And it can happen to you because we have a gun violence problem in this country. And there's so many things that we can do. And I'm, grateful that finally it seems like we're going to do something. We have friends of my family who live in Spain, and they were exchange students with my family, and they just couldn't fathom when my mom was killed how this kind of thing could happen. People in other countries don't understand this horrible problem that we have with guns. I wanted to read this poem. Some of you guys might have heard it before, but it kind of goes to show our gun culture in this country. So it's called America is a Gun by Brian Bilston. England is a cup of tea. France, a wheel of ripened brie. Greece, a short, squat olive tree. America is a gun. Brazil is football on the sand. Argentina, Maradona's hand. Germany, an Oompa band. America is a gun. Holland is a wooden shoe. Hungary, a goulash stew. Australia, a kangaroo. America is a gun. Japan is a thermal spring. Scotland is a highland fling. Oh, better to be anything than America as a gun. People in other countries, whenever I explain to them what happened to my mom, they just don't understand how it's even possible. And I know that every time that there's a mass shooting in our country, which is, unfortunately, that's like the only headlines that people see in other countries, they're like, wow, I'm scared to visit the United States, or I'm scared to send my kid there to go to high school or to college because this could happen to them, which is insane. And there's so many things that, that Congress could have done. And I was there when they passed H.R. 8 in the House, and that was so exciting, but, then the Senate didn't do anything. So here we are again. It takes these horrible, horrific acts of violence with children to even get this back in the conversation. And thankfully, we didn't look away this time when they then had their recess. We're still, on the path. This Bipartisan Safer Communities Act is going to do so much good. Is it everything? No, it's not. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not everything we wanted, but it's a start, and we're doing something, and something is better than nothing. If we save one life, that's what I tell people about my advocacy work. They say, how do you do this? How do you put yourself through this? XYZ wouldn't have saved your mom, blah, blah, blah. That's not the point. My mom is gone, but there's so many lives that we can save here, and that is the point. So a couple of things in the in this package. The red flag laws. We've done it in so many states, and we're going to incentivize people to do it on a federal level. We've got the boyfriend loophole is huge. I have now met, doing this work, so many domestic violence survivors that this could have saved their loved ones, and it's going to save people's lives. The enhanced background checks for gun buyers under age 21. I mean, these last couple of shootings with these 18-year-olds, their brains aren't even fully developed, and they're just able to get access to an arsenal of guns like that. It's ridiculous. Clarifying who should even be running a background check. In my case, I mentioned that the man who killed my mom was a felon. Well, he had his girlfriend buy the gun for him. He told her exactly what to get and what he wanted, and it was a straw purchase. People who are selling to these people who shouldn't have guns, they should be prosecuted for that. That goes into the gun trafficking as well, that straw purchasing that I mentioned. The funding community violence intervention, that is huge here in Washington, D.C., where there are so many people who are impacted by gun violence over and over and over, and they need help, and they need access to mental health services. Adding funding for the suicide prevention hotline. I mean, 2 out of 3 gun deaths are suicides. I have met so many suicide survivors. And, there's an extra stigma around suicide. And then people are like, I'm not really a gun violence survivor. No, yes, you are. Your loved one took their life with a gun. You are a gun violence survivor. And then the funding the school safety resources. I mean, all of these things working together are going to save people's lives. And, I would encourage we've already got some people from the other side of the aisle supporting us. I would encourage more to come over. My story is just one of millions of stories. There are so many Americans that are impacted by gun violence. And I see people in my advocacy work that sometimes don't even realize that they're considered a survivor of gun violence. And they, oh yeah, well, actually, you know, my great uncle, he killed himself with a gun. Or, oh, actually, you know, I was at X event where there was gunfire. We are a nation of survivors, time and time again. I wanted to close reading the another poem by Amanda Gorman that she put out after the Uvalde shooting, and I'm going to try and do it justice. Hymn for the Hurting. Everything hurts. Our hearts shadowed and strange, minds made muddied and mute. We carry tragedy, terrifying and true, and yet none of it is new. We knew it as home, as horror, as heritage. Even our children cannot be children, cannot be. Everything hurts. It's a hard time to be alive, and even harder to stay that way. We are burdened to live out these days, while at the same time blessed to outlive them. This alarm is how we know we must be altered, that we must differ or die, that we must triumph or try. Thus, while hate cannot be terminated, it can be transformed into a love that lets us live. May we not just grieve, but give. May we not just ache, but act. May our signed right to bear arms never blind our sight from shared harm. May we choose our children over chaos. May another innocent never be lost. Maybe everything hurts, our hearts shadowed and strange, but only when everything hurts, may everything change. Thank you very much.
My name is Sharita Henderson, and I am a gun violence survivor of the Waffle House mass shooting. On the early morning of April 22nd, 2018, I was headed home with my sorority sister when we decided to get something to eat. After being at sorority events all day, we were celebrating Debunking graduating early. Ironically, her last collegiate paper was written on the perils of gun violence plaguing America. We arrived at the local Waffle House in Antioch, Tennessee, when a 29-year-old heavily armed gunman pulled into the Waffle House parking lot and sat in his truck as he methodically plotted his desire to inflict terror on human beings who never saw it coming. After Debunking and I entered the Waffle House, we went to the bathroom and sat in the front booth by the door. He watched as we sat in the booth, laughing and joking. We started singing Jesus Loves Me. James Shaw and Brennan McMurray and Kayla Shaw entered the Waffle House and sat behind us. A Waffle House cook, Torian Sonderland, left the restaurant for a break. I was facing Debunking and the door. I heard rapid gunfire that sounded like fireworks from the parking lot and ducked down underneath the booth. The gunman shot through the window after missing an innocent bystander, who we later learned his name was Joe Perez. He had car trouble that night and pulled into the parking lot for safety. He was the first intended target. I witnessed the gunman gun down Joe Perez and Torian Sonderland, shooting them both before entering the Waffle House. Joe Perez, in his last breath, mouthed to me before he was shot to play dead. I held my breath, laid on top of Debunking, and was as still as possible, prayed over us silently, and opened my eyes and didn't blink. Once inside, the gunman saw me lying on the floor underneath the first booth. He looked me in my eyes as he sprayed us both with bullets. I lost consciousness. While unconscious, James Shaw wrestled the gun from him. Once I regained consciousness, he forced him out of that Waffle House, where he later fled. I kept saying to myself, I'm not dead, not believing it. The first responding officer came through the door and saw me and thought that I was indeed dead. Once he realized that I wasn't, he enlisted the help of some of the patrons to keep me alive by talking to me. They asked me to repeat Jesus, to stay alive. Moments later, the paramedics arrived, and a team of them and the first responding officers unpinned me from underneath the booth. They placed a tourniquet on my leg and arm and placed me on a gurney as we forced ourselves out of that front entrance of the Waffle House. I was taken to Vanderbilt Medical Center, and while on that ride, I felt every bump and bruise. The OR nurse in the hallway allowed me to use her personal cell phone to let me call my parents so that I could share with them what I fully believed would be my last words. I told my mother, "I love you, and please tell Daddy I love him too." Those were the only words I had the time or energy to muster up, as I was steadily losing blood and the pain of my injuries became more and more apparent as seconds passed. I was brought to Vanderbilt as a level 1 multi-trauma patient. I was a 24-year-old female at the time, a victim who was shot multiple times by a gunman with an assault weapon provided by his father. The gunman used hollow point bullets that made injuries that eviscerated parts of my body. They were like little landmines that went off. My primary admission and diagnosis was traumatic shock and hemorrhaging, severe vascular damage, nerve loss in the right arm and left leg, orthopedic trauma fractures to both my arm and leg, and disfigurement. Upon admission, I was hypotensive and required 6 units of packed red blood cells and 2 units of fresh frozen plasma. Imaging revealed that ballistic fragments were located within my upper right arm, right lower arm, and lower left leg. They had shattered the bones within that arm and leg, and we found bullet fragments and glass in the subcutaneous tissue. My veins were eviscerated. My ulna was eviscerated. My tibia and fibula were eviscerated, and I required vein grafting, skin grafting, bone grafting, and more surgeries to come. I underwent irrigation and debridement of all of the foreign fragments that had entered my body. I lost a lot of blood and had to be rushed to the ICU trauma unit. My hospital course was complicated by inflammatory response syndrome, which caused my body to over-inflame itself because of my injuries. I suffered from anemia from all of the blood loss and had to have over 24 surgeries. Due to the injuries that I sustained, I had complications and deformities from the life-saving surgeries that I went through. I have scarring and disfigurement to my skin on my right back from lat grafting, my right arm, my upper right arm, my lower right arm, and my left leg. I have a Z-pattern scar that goes across my body and my arm, all the way from my chest to my wrist. That was done to save my life and my arm. I also have a large scar on my left leg from the gunshots. They resulted in permanent damage to those injuries, psychological injuries that I had, severe chronic pain that I feel every day. I'm unable to make a fist or straighten my right hand consistent with an ulnar and median nerve neuropathy. I have so many injuries that plague me every day. With a total of 24 surgeries and a plethora of blood transfusions, from April 22, 2018 to present, I have spent significant time in either inpatient rehabilitation, in-home, or outpatient occupational and physical therapy for the last 4 years. I will over time need non-licensed health care for housekeeping, meal preparation, and additional needs. I will have physical therapy and occupational therapy and often aquatherapy multiple times a week. I will likely need surgeries to include orthopedic surgery to my leg, arm, and body from my injuries. I will need replacements to the rod and screws that are in my arm and leg, and will probably require plastic surgery to treat those. I've been diagnosed by a Vanderbilt medical psychologist with post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and depression, which can be debilitating based on the triggers that I encounter. The onset of my psychological injuries were the result of heinous actions by a gunman and his father's failure to adhere to the law provided his son with guns to execute a mass shooting. I have encountered painstaking physical recovery every day since. I have experienced panic attacks, anxiety, extreme insomnia, vivid nightmares, agitation, severe hypervigilance, social isolation, excessive crying spells, flashbacks, fear, emotional issues, uncontrollable, distressing memories from the incident, and the grief of losing my best friend, the Ebony Groves, and experiencing a near-death experience myself. I often felt hopelessness from what I missed out on and what might not be the future that I dreamed of. I have a lack of interest in activities that I once enjoyed and sometimes have trouble concentrating, but most of all, I have survivor's guilt. I'm triggered by loud, sudden sounds like fireworks, pyrotechnics, car backfires, construction, buildings with glass windows, buildings with one entrance and exit, having my back to the door in a restaurant, large confined crowds, people approaching me from behind. There's not a day that goes by that I do not think about what happened to me that night. The physical torture and psychological damage from the gruesome injuries that happened to my body and the 24 surgeries that I had to endure. I will need some form of mental health support for the rest of my life. In 2016, Illinois police officers took the gunman into protective custody after he was found in a CVS parking lot. His parents had reported to police that he had threatened to hurt himself and told the police that he owned guns and had access to firearms at his residence. His parents had also reported that he had mental health issues since 2014. He was taken to a local hospital for mental health evaluation and treatment. Between 2016 and 2017, he moved to a small town in Colorado, worked at a crane company, where his bosses realized that he had some odd behaviors. After he quit that job, his boss called his father with concern about his behaviors and mental health. He even showed up to the White House, where he believed that he was a sovereign citizen, a group the FBI identifies as an anti-government extremist group, who believe they are separate from this country and abide by their own rules. In 2017, Illinois police intervened with him again. He had threatened an employee at his father's crane company while holding an AR-15 rifle. and wearing a dress, putting the community where he lived in immense danger. Later that same day, he drove to a public pool and jumped in, exposing himself to the public. In a report, the police noted that he had mental health issues. They searched him for weapons, but he had none. The police encountered his father. They'd taken his rifles and his handgun from him, locked them up, but his father returned them to him shortly after. Eight months later, from that incident, he made national headlines when he killed Aquila da Silva, Torian Sunderland, Joe Perez, and my beloved best friend, D'Ebony Groves. He also severely and permanently disfigured and disabled Shantia Wagner and myself. James Shaw and Kayla Shaw were also acutely injured in the Nashville Waffle House mass shooting. He spurred a 34-hour manhunt until police were able to apprehend him. I've listed at least 6 known incidents where his father was aware of his mental health issues, where he was given the opportunity for treatment, where he had interactions with police, and nothing was done. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity in his criminal trial. During the trial, we learned that his laptop and apartment down the street from that Waffle House was filled with handwritten journals and digital manifestos, where he detailed plans to execute severe mass shootings on multiple occasions, and a subsequent crime spree that he would embark on if he was never captured. He explicitly stated that he intended to write those journal entries so that medical professionals, a judge, and jury would believe that he was a deranged individual who could not tell right from wrong. But we believe he knew what he was doing. Prior to the shooting, I worked for Cumulus Media, a local radio station. That was my favorite job, my first job. I was initially hired as a program coordinator from 2015 to 2018 when I was shot. I had just obtained interim director of promotions and was up for a promotion. Unfortunately, I am currently on medical leave from my job and have not worked for 1,522 days due to my extensive medical injuries over the last 4 years. I've been declared permanently disabled from the injuries to my right arm, hand, ribs, back, and left leg. I have serious limitations for activities such as lifting, carrying, reaching, handling anything, walking, typing. The list goes on and on, especially standing. I'm limited in what I can do, often being able to walk from a parking spot to the entrance of a store. I use assistive devices on an as-needed basis, such as a rolling walker, power scooter, cane, knee brace, and several other assistive devices. I've developed so many complications over time from my physical injuries, and I suffer from PTSD, osteomyelitis, chronic swelling, and pain. I'm still currently receiving medical care from an orthopedic trauma surgeon and specialist. I'm in physical therapy, occupational therapy, chiropractor, and pain management on a weekly basis. I can no longer do the duties that I need for my job, like carrying equipment and tents, going to concerts, promotional events, award shows, and meeting celebrities like I enjoyed. I have difficulty opening doorknobs, driving company vehicles, holding several objects at a time, carrying anything over 20 pounds for a distance, making a fist, rotating my right wrist, standing for long periods of time, and more. When I was going through my recovery, I realized that I was a donated blood recipient and had chosen to dedicate my survival to advocating for blood donations across the world and advocating for common sense gun reform. Only 3 out of 100 Americans donate blood, yet every 2 seconds someone needs it. We believe that that number is going up the more mass shootings that we have. Without the kindness of strangers, those units of blood may not have been available for me. After a grueling recovery, I decided to join the American Red Cross as a global ambassador to influence blood donors to give blood so that I could help future gun violence survivors have the same fighting chance that I did. I'm using my platform to motivate others to face adversity, advocate for victims' rights, and to eradicate gun violence in our communities. We never know when our lives can be impacted, and we never know when someone is going to need blood. It's my hope that when you or a loved one needs blood or experiences a traumatic event, someone will be there for you. Unfortunately, gun violence does not just affect the victim or the survivor. My loving parents exhausted personal leave time from employment to be 24/7 caretakers and withdrew from things that they loved to take care of me, their only child. They were required to learn wound care and advocate for the best possible health and mental health care that I could receive, and they have done a wonderful job. This incident has put a financial, mental, and spiritual strain on my family. We have had to make adjustments to my parents' home and my home to make them reasonably handicap accessible, including wheelchair ramp rentals, wheelchairs, power chairs, medical transport vehicle rentals, home health care, including home physical and occupational therapy, wound care nurses, handicap restroom renovations, hospital bed rentals, parallel bars, and accessible vehicles for me that I could transport all of those medical devices for, a mobility scooter, and a chairlift to be installed in my home. We had to install hardware throughout both homes to make it easier for me to use. My family and I are actively participating in mental health therapy. This incident has given us all PTSD. We have struggled with our sense of safety at home and in public. Insomnia, hypervigilance, and triggers, often from late-night phone calls, fireworks on major holidays, or grief from deceased victims, as well as grieving for myself. It has been a struggle to come to grips with how this incident has changed my life forever and how it has affected my daily living and loss of potential in certain areas. We have experienced harassment from media, inaccurate reporting, and lack of privacy. We have to make strategic plans for survival, including a travel companion, wheelchair assistance at airports, and bringing a mobility scooter for travel, or visiting places that don't require excessive walking. One of the most triggering things about a mass shooting and being a mass shooting victim is that it is happening more and more every day. While this incident was Nashville's most notable mass shooting, it often felt like the world forgot about us and our story and our struggles. Shantia Wagner and I were fighting for our lives every day while the world moved on. The more I turned on the TV, the more mass shootings, gun violence I saw. It even hit home. Some of my closest friends in the years after I was shot became gun violence victims themselves. It broke my heart. They were the ones suffering when they were the main ones who supported me in my recovery, and I had to now watch them suffer. I worked extremely hard from childhood to become the person I was on April 22nd, 2018. I was a young, educated, creative, extremely caring, and dedicated individual to my community. I also had a budding career as an acrylic painter. Losing my ability to express my emotions through my most comfortable form of art was gut-wrenching. My body was like a newborn, and I had to relearn how to feed myself, how to walk, and how to train my brain to make my left hand my now dominant hand. One of the toughest battles is that while a lot of my recovery videos went viral, the average person could never understand what the physical pain was like and is still like. For the last 1,500 plus days, I have endured some of the most excruciating pain a human could experience. I unfortunately became a master of hiding that pain from others, just to make it through the day, and to make those around me not feel uncomfortable from witnessing my pain. I have been the youngest in a rehab facility full of patients my grandparents' age. When I hear what people think, or when I prepare myself to leave for the day, people think that when I wear long sleeve pants or long sleeve shirts, it erases my disability for them, but it doesn't erase it for me. I've missed out on moments of the lives of people I love because I just didn't have the strength. The truth is, I'll never be the same. The night of April 22nd, 2018 plays like the movie Crash in my head every day for the last 1,522 days. I watch videos of the last moments with my best friend, my sorority sister, my person, Debunking Lachey Groves, just to see her smile again. Those 42 seconds stripped me of someone who loved me. My dreams of becoming a mogul in the music industry and a pillar in my community who gave back whenever I was needed. And it almost took my parents' only beloved child from them. I was left to die on a cold floor of a Waffle House. It was difficult to have to heal in the spotlight. While I appreciated the love from strangers during my recovery, I lost all sense of privacy. Oftentimes it felt that everyone else was telling my story for me. The media harassed my friends, sorority sisters, and even my family. So Congress, my appeal is to you. It is my plea that the prestigious elected members of Congress make sensible sense gun reform effective in this country. While many local district attorneys are currently charging alleged defendants with harsher criminal punishments, often to the fullest extent of likely conviction, and judges are instituting enhancements and longer prison sentences for those violent gun crimes than in the past, it simply is not enough. I felt like I was wronged by law enforcement and the criminal justice system in the states who failed the victims of the Waffle House mass shooting when they failed to apprehend, arrest, and charge the shooter before this incident happened, and by his parents, who on multiple occasions were called in for his brushes with law and struggles with mental health. They aren't alone in the responsibility and prevention or reform. The politicians we Americans have elected have failed us as well. The father of my gunman will inevitably spend less time in state prison than the amount of time I have spent recovering or the amount of time that I even knew Debunking Groves. I have been waiting for forms of justice, and I'm still waiting on them. We have recently witnessed the slaughter of innocent children and grandparents because this country and its justice system continually chooses to give slaps on the wrist to mass shooters, their accomplices, and their parents who knew of their intentions to execute heinous crimes. If you make the right decision, perhaps a tiny sliver of hope will be restored in me, and a sense of peace that no other family will have to endure such travesties, and countless families who are in the Survivors and Victims Club. The typical mass shooting gunman is a coward who relies on their privilege and financial means to purchase automatic weapons and armor to confront unsuspecting and unarmed civilians, to inflict terror and hope to escape punishment or obtain fame. These horrific acts of intentionally and illegally using violence and intimidation, especially against American citizens, in the pursuit of political aims by perpetrators is domestic terrorism, and we must treat it as such. Parents are often enabling and neglecting to monitor their children's mental health, behaviors, and beliefs, which lead them to carry out racially motivated hate crimes by knowingly providing an unlawful weapon of mass destruction that will be used to execute unlawful violence and incite intimidation against civilians under the guise of racial, political, or theological aims. These inhumane menaces to society relish in the mass murder and destruction they cause their victims. Gun manufacturers and hate groups encourage their fetishes to cause havoc and horror, providing them with easy access to weapons used in the commission of these crimes. Far too often, these perpetrators fail to achieve or receive adequate mental health treatment. However, that is no excuse to evade responsibility when they execute peril by taking someone else's life. Had a parent not intentionally provided a mental health patient with a high-powered assault weapon that was used to shoot me multiple times and caused warlike injuries that have left me permanently disabled with visible disfigurements and a lifetime of psychological and emotional trauma, there's no telling what dreams I would have been able to accomplish. I chose to use my second chance at life to advocate for change in gun reform, mental health, survivors and victims' rights, and encourage my community to donate blood continuously and to reach new dreams. I may have been stripped of my career, my body, and my best friend, but no one can take my soul. Gun violence and the ability to have automatic assault weapons continues to plague America. You can save thousands of lives with common sense measures. The dialogue of the gun control debate must shift from the refusal to challenge the Second Amendment right to bear arms to action by placing conditions such as bans on civilian ownership of assault and military-style weapons. Many Republicans will make the argument that we are opposed to the Second Amendment, when in fact we are opposed to the lack of oversight, marketing efforts to encourage mass shootings, and the failure of simplistic laws to protect every American's right to life. They simply could close the private loopholes for gun changes and gun purchases, have universal background checks, a waiting period for gun purchases, raising the gun purchase age to 21 years old, limiting the rounds of ammunition a magazine can fire, and limiting the amount of bullets that a person can purchase, banning civilian ownership of assault military-style weapons, prohibiting people from being deemed a danger to themselves by owning guns and allowing them to purchase them, and creating a national registry of gun ownership to aid law enforcement in tracking gun violence nationally. We are staunch advocates for responsible gun ownership and gun use, who support the passage of sensible gun control measures in this country. It is time to demand action on gun control, and we call on Congress and organizations to consider their role in supporting common sense gun policies that will protect the lives of our citizens. We have the power to make a difference, to yield the results we are seeking in this country, to put an end to mass shootings. Today, I will honor those who I have lost to gun violence, survivors like myself, and the families and friends who have been affected by gun violence, by raising my voice to advocate, by casting my votes in upcoming elections, and standing on the side of justice in my community. I mourn the acts of violence that I survived, but I will never be silenced on my will to do what is right. And I hope you won't either. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Driggers. I'm a resident of Chicago. I've had a early situation with guns at an early age. At the time, I didn't know what was going on, but I had a situation that, to this day, it bothers me to know that I shouldn't even be here. It was on 4th of July, I'll never forget, and my uncle was standing in front of me at the time. He's 6'6", and I'm maybe 5'10", and all I can remember is no. And that's the last thing I heard. My uncle grabbed his neck, and he looked at me and just said, "Go get some help." I didn't see any blood. I just seen a little spot. So that's the first time I understood what gun violence was and the effect it has, because after that day, the man that, that I did have in my life that would get up in the morning and fix me pancakes or do little silly jokes with me, he's gone because of gun violence. And it was a lady that shot one time, and that didn't even supposed to have a firearm. And it just, from that day on, it's just been a number of times, and you get numb to it. And that's not, it's like dehumanizing that we just subjected to all this violence and there's no answer. It's like, how can we have to have 3 forms of ID, 3 forms of identification just to get ID, but we can just go and pick up a assault rifle or a machine gun from a Walmart or Kmart, and it's like these guns just laying around, and kids can't even go to parks no more, and the parks are empty. I just want these kids to be able to be kids again, to live, and not to understand that coming outside is like an obstacle, for a child to ask, am I gonna be shot, or if my best friend gonna live tomorrow? It's sad. I just hope that y'all decide to do something as far as just letting these kids live again. That's it.
Shalom uvracha, peace and blessings on all of us who are human, all of us who are afraid because of the plague of gun violence and the loss of life and the trauma that it brings. I'm Rabbi Jonah Pesner, the director of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism and the senior vice president of the Union for Reform Judaism, the largest and most diverse denomination in Jewish life. We are 2 million souls led by 2,000 rabbis, and we live in 900 plus congregations across North America. And in large cities and small towns, In every state in the United States, our people are impacted by this plague of gun violence. Our people are suffering from the deaths, from the losses, from the injuries, from the fear, and from the trauma that gun violence brings. And so as a rabbi and as a Jew, I am honored to join this people's filibuster as we demand an end to the gun violence and advocate for common sense, smart legislation and policies that would reduce gun violence, that would bring about safety, that would protect our people and our communities. I speak as a rabbi who has spent far too much time praying with, holding, weeping with, and crying with people who are impacted by gun violence. I'm a rabbi who, in the hours after the Tree of Life mass shooting, in which nearly 1 million, 10, 11 Jewish souls were taken by a shooter with a weapon of mass destruction, entered a synagogue with members of my Jewish family at prayer and murdered them in cold blood. What that experience, as I sat with the families and the community of the Tree of Life Synagogue and Dor Hadash congregation, the Jewish community of Squirrel Hill and of Greater Pittsburgh, and the interfaith community that rallied the Muslim, the Christian, and other multiracial and interfaith community of Pittsburgh to be in solidarity, is that we are living through a moment in which the plagues of racism, white supremacy, anti-Jewish bigotry, and xenophobia in all forms, fear of the immigrant and the stranger, anti-Black racism, all get commingled into a theology of hate that gets accelerated by a fetishization of guns and gun violence, in which a mass shooter who's convinced of this so-called replacement lie, in which there's a conspiracy of the Jewish community to turn America through policies against racism and immigration policy into a nation that is majority minority, Black and brown and Muslim and immigrant. The replacement lie would be bad enough, but it becomes violent and dangerous when weapons of mass destruction, assault rifles, can get into the hands of mass shooters. I'm a rabbi who sat with the students, the children, the families, and the teachers of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, in the days and weeks after a mass shooting in which one of their peers was able to murder children, students in cold blood. And only recently, Uvalde, Buffalo, 2 other examples of weapons of mass destruction, assault rifles, these guns of destruction and of the plague of violence, too easily attained by these shooters, in some cases children, in some cases students, in other cases people with mental health crises, and too often white supremacists and bigots. Whoever they are, whatever their motives, the idea that they could enter a school, enter a supermarket, and bring about carnage. I am a rabbi who has sat with far too many families within the Jewish community that were targeted because they were Jews, families within the Black community, families of students in the broader interfaith multiracial community, in mourning and in grieving. I'm at a loss as a rabbi to be able to counsel these families. I am done and sick and tired of thoughts and of prayers, of pastoral care. It's enough with praying and weeping and mourning and crying. It's enough with Pittsburgh strong and Parkland strong. It's time to be America strong and democracy strong, which means holding our elected officials accountable to policies and practices that will keep people safe. And by the way, I say this as a rabbi who has been in deep relationship with churches and mosques in inner cities and in communities across the United States where every day is a mass shooting, where low-income people and people of color are disproportionately murdered, targeted, impacted, injured, and terrorized by guns, and more guns that are too available, too accessible, and too dangerous. And so this rabbi has moved on from thoughts and prayers and healing and comforting and pastoring to power building, to demand from elected officials that you represent the majority of American people, of the voters who will hold you accountable at the polls, who believe that it shouldn't be so easy to get a handgun or an assault rifle or a weapon of mass destruction, that the Second Amendment never had in its mind or imagination the weapons of carnage, that sensible systems that are effective of background checks to make sure that the guns can't get into the hands of people who shouldn't have them, to hold corrupt gun dealers and the gun industry accountable when they are enabling and abetting the ability of people to get guns that shouldn't have them, to push for investment in smart gun technology to make sure that guns become as safe as they possibly can, even though they are fundamentally weapons intended to kill or to hurt. And I say these words, these thoughts, and these prayers, and these calls for power and political action as a rabbi who is deeply rooted in the biblical text in Scripture, which is shared by the Abrahamic and Sarah traditions. The very first death in biblical tradition, in the Jewish faith and other faiths, is the murder of one brother of another, a violent act of homicide, to which the Holy One, the Creator of all people, cries out, "The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the earth." To all our elected officials, to all our citizens, to all those who dwell and are residents in this America, the voice of our brothers and our sisters, our siblings, of our children, of strangers, but those who are part of the human family, is crying out to us from the earth, demanding action, policy, and reform. I am informed by the prophet Isaiah, who imagined a time when we would turn our spears into pruning hooks and our swords into plowshares. These tools and implements of violence, of murder, and of killing need to be transformed so that our communities and our nation can heal and transform to be a place where all people can be safe and can thrive. I am guided by the rabbinic tradition recorded in the Talmud, which tells us that if you kill a single soul, if you destroy a single life, it is as if you have destroyed an entire universe. And so it is with the plague of gun violence, with the mass shootings that happen each and every day in cities and communities across our country, and in the mass shootings that get play in the news and the headlines. Infinite universes and worlds have been destroyed. But the Talmud also teaches us that if we save a single life, then we have saved an entire universe. So imagine if we actually pass laws, if we enact policies reflecting sensible reductions in violence and gun safety, we will be saving universes. As more and more people find shelter in the protection not only of the wings of the Shekhinah, one of the names that we ascribe to the Holy One, to God, but they will find safety and protection in our schools, in our supermarkets, on our streets, and even in our houses of worship. I conclude with the threefold benediction that has been passed down from generation to generation within the Jewish community, taken from the ancient biblical text, When God says to Moses and Aaron and Miriam, use these words to bless the children of Israel. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May God bless you and protect you. Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka. May God shine upon you and be good to you. Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God look you in the face, and in so doing, give you shalom, the blessing of peace, of wholeness, and of healing. In this people's filibuster, as I join the countless voices speaking truth to power, demanding accountability of our elected officials, I ask you, how can I, as a father, bless my children with those words in the spirit and the tradition of my ancestors, that they are not only blessed, but protected, that they have peace, shalom, when I know of the danger lurking at the door of their school, of their synagogue, or even on the streets that they walk, at the other end of a gun, or another assault rifle, or the weapon of mass destruction by a shooter. Friends, join me in turning my blessing for peace and for protection for all of our children into political action, so that together we can be the democracy that we want to be, that reflects the will of our people, and that keeps all people everywhere safe. Shalom, salam, blessing and peace on all of you. Amen.
Hello, my name is Trish Corbett. I'm a preschool teacher from Wilmington, North Carolina. I'm proud to join the People's Filibuster, joining fellow teachers, parents, students, medical professionals, and more to demand our elected officials enact sensible, common sense gun safety legislation. Enough is enough. It's time to act to protect our children, our families, and our communities. Thank you.
My name is Whitney Moss. I am filming from Berkeley, California, where I am the mother of 2 high school students, and I ask you to please make sensible gun laws happen. We are sending our students to school every day, fearing the worst. Please help.
I support common sense gun control. We need to repeal the NFA, which for only $200 allows people to buy machine guns, short barrel rifles, and suppressors. Weapons of war and murder and mayhem. Repeal the NFA. Thank you.
My name is Yolanda Aleman. I'm from Denver, Colorado, and I've worked as an elementary school paraprofessional until November of last year. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the legislators for their hard work during this time of difficulty and divisiveness in our country. I'm speaking to broaden the conversation about gun safety in hopes that any of what I say might land, because even if a viable gun safety law were passed, it would be nothing without effectiveness, as in no loopholes, without compliance, and without enforcement. You may recall some of the feelings that you had being barricaded on January 6th. Do you know what it's like to do this with some 25 third graders? When you have to secure the perimeter because there's a shooter in the neighborhood or a threat being made to a school, and the person who made the threat is nowhere to be found. All the blinds are drawn, papers taped on the windows and the doors are locked, the lights are darkened, and your 25 little ones are squashed into a small area against the wall, and hopefully they're out of any sight lines. Usually this isn't very possible. There's an elbow sticking out or a foot sticking out, and all of this takes minutes, longer than it would take for an assault rifle to kill them all. As an adult, I try to communicate calm, that they're okay, when it is clearly not okay, that we have to do these things that may or may not prevent the end of their young lives. Kids are kids. They squirm, they whisper, and are shushed by wiser kids or more fearful ones. Some fall mute and just look up at you with big eyes. We hope we will receive the all clear, and lucky for us, we do. Twice for me, 2 different schools. But the list is long of the children who have not been so lucky. Death by gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children, according to the CDC. If we're a country that cares to protect our children, we need the solid gun safety legislation that will protect their lives. The answer to this gun issue is not more guns. There will be those who propose that solution. Instead of cooperation, we're creating a culture of vitriol, suspicion, and mistrust. I ask for real collaborative action, consensus, and sober leadership across the aisle. I ask this in the name of Amarillo Garza, whose bright light and bright future was snuffed out 3 weeks ago, yesterday. My deepest wish is that there be a softening of edges among all people of different persuasions on this as we work toward solutions with deep listening and mutual respect. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Foster from the greater Philadelphia area. I'm the Vice Chair of American Affairs for Hadassah, the Women's Zionist Organization of America. And Hadassah has a vested interest in the health of women and children and have worked in the last 100 years to better that and go forward with a better life for women and children and for people all over the world. I want to speak today about my life and how my life was impacted by violence. My life, unfortunately, started with the Philadelphia School District, which was a great place to work. However, the presence of violence was always there for my students. My wonderful students often were presented with shootings in their neighborhoods, family members who were killed, brothers, siblings, all kinds of things going on. And they were hard-pressed to deal with it. They often talked to me, the school counselor, about suicide, depression, but I never really met any kids that were homicidal. And until Columbine in 1999, I always felt fairly secure that I would be able to recognize those kids that might have a tendency toward violence. Columbine shook me to the core because it was unbelievable to me that children could go into their own school and shoot their schoolmates in the face, in the chest, in the heart, people they knew, one by one. And I researched Columbine for years after, looking for clues as to what those students might be like. And working in a school after Columbine was horrifying also, because during Columbine time, every day we got phone calls at school with threats. And at one point, the counselors were asked to assess whether the threats were serious or not. And I remember saying to my principal, I will never put the students at risk by not thinking that a threat is serious. And then shootings followed, many shootings. Columbine, the movie theater in Colorado, Uvalde, Las Vegas, Newtown. And each time I was heartsick to think that a young person could go with a large gun into a school and shoot children. Today, I feel such a sense of sickness living in America, thinking that my 5-year-old grandson will be attending public school next year is equally horrifying to me. And when I think about those children, I think about what politician, what person making the laws would want their own family to be a victim of gun violence. Hadassah as an organization is very happy to hear about the bipartisan agreement that is about to occur. The first time in over 30 years that an agreement on any kind of gun control has happened. And I am happy too, but I would like to go forward with a total ban on assault weapons. These weapons are not meant for children, they're not meant for young adults, they're not meant for anyone on the street. They are purely meant for the military and police. and they should not be in the hands of anyone who can walk into a school and murder 20, 17 in Parkland, 22 in Newtown, 21 in Uvalde. And all I could think about was, why were the parents not knowing which children were killed at Uvalde? And round about 7 o'clock on the night of those horrible murders, it occurred to me that the children were not identifiable because they had been shot in the face and no one knew who they were. It's almost impossible to think about being a parent whose own child isn't recognizable from the force of an assault weapon. And when I think about it, it breaks my heart. So I'm asking every American and every senator and every congressman to think about what it would be like to be those families and to vote with your hearts, not with your pocketbook, not with who will support you, but to vote as if your own children are at risk, because I believe they are. We're all at risk. And today, with the Supreme Court decision that open carry will be okay, I feel when I walk into a store or a place of business, will I know who the good guys are? Or will I think everyone is a bad guy? How will I know the difference? Where will we feel secure? And where will our children feel secure? It's my goal to leave the next generation a better life. I've been working in Hadassah for over 50 years in medical and looking towards medical research and the things that will bring us better life, better health. But here in America, we could do something simple. Not only could we have some gun control, the kind that will be passed hopefully today or tomorrow, but we could have a total ban on assault weapons. And when we did, mass shootings went down 249%. 249% by a simple law that bans assault weapons. So while I congratulate those who worked on the bipartisan agreement, I want to say that I would like to go further, and I hope you will all remember what it is like to be on the receiving end, what it would be like to be the parent who couldn't even identify their own child. Thank you for listening to me today. I thank Hadassah for all its work on behalf of women, women's health and children, and I thank the senators and congressmen who are trying to make America a better place. Thank you.
My name is Zoe Robin. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and I think that gun safety legislation is essential because things are getting out of control. We have to protect ourselves, we have to protect our children, and it's a simple solution to a horrible problem. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexis Hoveder, and I am from Shoreline, Washington. I am joining the People's Filibuster today to try to encourage our government to enact background checks and ban assault weapons. I have 3 children. I'm a mom of 3 boys. They are 10, 7, and 3. My oldest son was about 1.5 years when Sandy Hook happened. And I remember where I was. I remember sitting in my car in the grocery store parking lot, crying. Just, it was unimaginable for me, the grief that the parents of those children must have been experiencing and must still be experiencing. And I thought, surely this is the event. This is what's going to force the government to make some changes. If Columbine couldn't do it, then this is going to be the moment where everything changes. And I will confess, I didn't act. I didn't. Eventually, I joined Moms Demand Action after I'm not even sure which school shooting. But I don't really have to explain to the other parents out there what it feels like to know that you can't offer school as a place of safety and hope. Our educators can no longer offer school as a place of safety and hope. And day after day after day, you have to knowingly send your kids to a place where they're not necessarily safe. And it's proven that it can happen anywhere. It doesn't matter where you live. We're no longer free if we cannot go to the grocery store, go to the movie theater, go to a concert without this fear and this burden weighing on us. So I'm asking my community to please join me here, and hopefully our collective voices can this time force some change. We're the only country that is experiencing violence in our schools in this way, and it's inexcusable.
My name is Arlene Gunter, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I represent We the People and the People's Filibuster. My thoughts are that the U.S. government is slow, cumbersome, and as lethargic as a sloth. Everything is talked to death, and very little gets accomplished in any type of meaningful time frame. We just can't afford to wait on many things. However, this gun issue got to be addressed immediately. I want firearms and automatic weapons banned or extremely, extremely hard to obtain, and I want it now. Sincerely.
The right to own assault weapons is not really a valid right if it infringes on the rights of children to protect their lives and to go to school safely and to feel free from the risk of harm on a daily basis. I urge lawmakers to please pass some sensible gun reform. Take away the right of people to own assault weapons. They are not needed for recreational purposes. It is time. It is well past time. And the fact that there's been a delay in enacting some sensible legislation has just caused more lives to be lost.
My name is Betty Clark. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I was born in 1960. Gun violence was not something that was anything to be discussed or even heard about. We were allowed to roam our neighborhoods without fear. We were able to go to school without fear. My children that are now in their 30s didn't have those fears either until well into high school. And now children all over our nation and in our public arenas, such as grocery stores and theaters, we're afraid, and I hate it. I'm asking for some reasonable gun control. Assault rifles should be completely unavailable to anyone other than the military, in my opinion. I have a grown daughter who is a high school English teacher, and every time I hear of a school shooting, I am terrified for her safety and the safety of her students. Please do something to change this atrocity in our country. It must be stopped. America is becoming a bloodbath. We're not at war with anybody other than ourselves, and it's terrifying. And I used to remember how proud I was to be an American, and that feeling is fading quickly.
Hi, this is Blair Lynham. I am a resident of Rochester, New York, and I'm recording this video in support of the filibuster and sharing just how important it is to me that something be done about gun control, gun safety, because too many people are dying and too many people are being murdered at the hands of weapons of mass destruction, these weapons that are capable of killing many people in a very short period of time, and something needs to be done. So please, 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 please continue to get the word out and demand change because something has to happen. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Caitlin McHugh-Stamos, and I want to give a big thank you to the organizers, the advocates who are fighting so hard to make our country a safer place. I know that the majority of citizens in this country want to see gun safety legislation passed and that there is more that our government can do. I am excited about the bipartisan work going on right now to pass some legislation, but I'm hoping it's just the start and not the end. I have a list of things I would love to see happen, and I'm going to say them here. I'd love to see the minimum age to buy guns raised to at least 21, and to require much more in-depth background checks for all purchases of firearms. I'd love to see some parameters around ammunition, and for there to be more research or any research into gun death, for gun companies and individuals who sell firearms to be held to some accountability for their role in the deaths of so many innocent people. Guns are the leading cause of death in young people. I have a 4-year-old son. And the day after the Uvalde school shooting, I had a complete emotional breakdown sending him to school. And that hasn't really ended. I cannot stop thinking about all of the children that we lose to senseless gun violence. When my son goes on play dates at a new house, I ask the parents if they own any guns and if they are safely secure. And without better gun safety legislation, we have to constantly think about a safety plan everywhere we go, knowing that if a gunman with an AR decides to aim at us, there is nothing I can do to save our lives. Active shooter drills cannot save us or our children in school. Gun legislation is our only hope. And there is a small handful of people who are against this, and they claim that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. But if that were the case, we would not have lost 21 lives in Uvalde because there were a lot of good guys with guns there. Many other countries have successfully curbed gun violence with legislation, and we can too. So I hope that you will add your voice here because your voice matters. And state and federal congressmen and senators, I hope you listen to your public here because we need you to. And if you do not, we'll vote you out because it's time to end gun violence now. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kennedy, and I'm president of Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. And I want to add my voice to all those voices that are speaking out on the need for smart gun control in our country. One of my first memories is when I was 4 years old and my uncle Jack, President Kennedy, was gunned down by a man with a gun. In the next 4 years, by the time I was 8, we had lost President Kennedy, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, and my own father, Robert M. Kennedy. I remember when Martin Luther King died, my father saying that nothing has ever been won. No good change has ever happened by the gunning down of another human being. And he said, what we need in this country is not violence and lawlessness, but a sense of justice towards those who are still suffering in our country, whether they be Black or they be white, and a sense of love and compassion and peace. And that really stays with me to this day. Daddy always made campaigning with him incredibly special and fun. You know, I think most children of politicians hate campaigning, but I loved it. And I loved it because he made it fun. And that June of 1968, along with a handful of siblings, there are 11 of us in all, but about a handful of us went out to California for the all-important California primary to campaign with Daddy. And where did he take us? Disneyland. I remember riding, just loving all those rides. And I remember this one ride that had a rocket ship on it, and going on that rocket ship with my brothers, Chris and Max, with Daddy and with John Glenn. Can you imagine that? I remember what my father bought me at the gift store that day. It was this crystal glass that if you put water in it and you tried to drink from it, the water would fall through secret holes in the crystal. So it was just full of magical memories. And then the next day, Courtney, my sister Courtney, and I were walking down the street, and improbably this woman was carrying a spider monkey with her, and we were admiring the spider monkey, and she gave it to us. So these sort of crazy things were happening. But that night, the night of the primary, all of us left our hotel in Los Angeles and went to the Ambassador Hotel to watch the primary returns. And I remember sitting in that room with John Glenn and John Lewis and Rafer Johnson and Roosevelt Grier, and Dolores Huerta, and so many other people who were so close to our family, lots of aunts and uncles and siblings. And then at a certain point, it was time for the younger children to go home. We had jet lag. We had come from Washington, D.C. So I went home and I went to sleep. And the next morning I woke up very, very early because I was still on East Coast time. And I went into the sort of living room area of that hotel, and I turned on the TV and I sat cross-legged watching Bugs Bunny. And that's when I learned that my father had been shot. And then all of us, my brothers and sisters and I, got on a plane. We flew back home to Virginia. And the next day, my brother called me and told us that Daddy had died. And I remember when that happened, I went into my room and I said a prayer for Daddy, a prayer for my mother, a prayer for our family. And then I prayed for the guy who killed him. And I said, please, God, don't let anything happen to that man. Don't let anyone kill him. Because I didn't want any other family to go through what our family was going through. And I wanted there to be peace in the world. And you know, that was the instinct of an 8-year-old girl. But now, many, many decades later, it's still what I believe. We've got to stop the killing. We've got to stop this gun violence. And the only way to do that is by stopping the guns. So I hope you'll join with us. I hope we can get this legislation through. And I hope we can stop the violence in our country. Thank you.
Hi, how y'all guys doing? My name is Nathan Hatcher. I'm from the Youth Peace Center of Roseland, and I am a victim of gun violence. So my story is, I grew up on 117th around Roseland area. I am a victim of gun violence. I got shot when I was about, I think, 24. Some stuff happened. Some guys was fighting, and they actually came back and retaliated on the wrong person, and somebody died because of it. So I'm here to say, like, if the gun laws was like, I ain't gonna say like way stricter, but I'm gonna say like if they put something in front of it, that's all it is. It's like it's tricky. You gotta put something for something so you can replace what you just took away. So that's why I love you, Peace and Rosen, because they took the anger out of a lot of the young fellas, and they replaced it with something that's key, and that's money. So they I'm not trying to laugh, but they gave us money, they gave us hope, to take care of our family and our kids. It's children out here, you know, killing children. And like, I think the children is the most like they took it. I mean, I guess I don't know how to really explain, but yeah.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Boo Milton. I am a youth advocate, I guess you could say. I work in a line of community healing, violence reduction, and yeah, that's the work that I do. Thank you for your time and listening to this. What I'm calling for is intentionality. I think that's what we all calling for, is intentionality. And when I say intentionality, I mean, how are we being intentional about creating environments that feel safe and supportive? You know, whenever we talk about, I know in Cities United, a great organization that I also sit on the board of, we talk about creating safe, hopeful, and healthy communities. Are we being intentional about making them safe? Are we being intentional about making them healthy? And are we intentional about making them hopeful? And if we are, can you point out what intentional efforts we've made to do that? Not to say that there haven't been some, but we can definitely continue that work. Because I don't want to discredit what we've already built, but I want to challenge us to be more intentional about the things that we put in place to make youth feel more supportive, and not just youth, everybody. You know, this is not just about kids, it's not just about adults, it's everybody. So my call to action is for us to be intentional about whatever policy is put in place, whatever action you take, whatever vote you make, please. And I hope that intention is centered in love, connection, and safety, and empathy. You know, I lost one of my friends. Actually, the first friend that I experienced like death, like the death of a friend, was he was shot, and it wasn't even violence. It was just a misfire. We was probably, you know, too young to even you know, to have access to guns in that way. I wasn't there when it happened, but it was, you know, like it was a misfire. And then the years to come, I started losing even more friends, but this was actually the gun violence. It was, in all honesty, I can't even tell you how many friends I've lost, because I haven't even taken a chance to process, to even like count them up and say it was this many. I can call them by name, but to actually give you a number, it's been more than I can count on my hand. I can tell you that for sure. And, you know, and it hurts. You know, I might have only lost one or two friends to other things, but gun violence is real. And what people have access to express a deeper need and desire for validation, love, connection, can really change the game. So I really ask if we can figure out how we can be more intentional about how we move these things forward in peace, love, and light, and empathy. So I thank you so much, and I appreciate your consideration in doing what's best for all of us.
Hello, my name is Lauren McCann, and I'm a business owner, an entrepreneur, and someone who has spent decades working in the conservative movement. I believe in free markets, limited government, and our founding principles. My first job as an intern in college was working for an organization that was run by an NRA board member. I frequently attended Women on Target clinics, and eventually I got my concealed carry license. I believe in the Second Amendment and the constitutional right to bear arms for self-defense. But today, I come to you as a mother and a concerned citizen who is outraged by the entrenched political interests that continue to keep us from passing common sense gun reform. Common sense measures like red flag laws, universal background checks, and banning assault weapons, weapons that were designed for mass destruction, not self-defense. Like so many parents of elementary school children, when my daughter Kaylee was 6 years old, I had a conversation with her that left me speechless at bath time. She described the drills that she had done that day. Drills that she described were more dangerous than a fire, because you can escape a fire, Mommy, but you can't escape this drill. As they closed the blinds and they hid, they told her to hold her breath and keep as still as she could, and she showed me by holding her breath and clenching her body. It doesn't matter if we're uncomfortable, Mommy, because it's better to be uncomfortable than end up in the hospital when somebody hurts us. Why would somebody want to hurt us, Mommy? Mommy, if that really happened, I would be so scared, I would scream. And she started crying. I don't think I could stay still, Mommy. Why do we accept this impossible conversation as a normal rite of passage for first graders in elementary school? How do we explain what would cause somebody to come into an elementary school and hurt innocent children? Why do we accept that our schools are now designed to frustrate active shooters? Architects think about how they're going to place windows and doors and exits, the line of sight for active shooters, how they're going to incorporate bullet-resistant materials in our elementary schools. Active shooting drills and design security measures are examples of solutions to the wrong problem. I also come to you today as someone who has experienced family members in the grips of a mental health crisis. My family member, like 1 in 20 Americans, suffers from a severe mental illness, and during manic episodes has been arrested or institutionalized because of suicidal thoughts, and they were deemed a harm to themselves or others. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, 12 million Americans had suicidal thoughts in 2020 alone. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 34. I can tell you when a family member is in a crisis, what they need is mental health care and time. Time that we get through background checks and red flag laws and waiting periods to ensure that those in the heights of rage and paranoia or despair, that they're not making an irreversible decision that could cause harm to themselves or others. We must transcend our political tribes and elevate common ground solutions that prevent violent incidents from happening in the first place. The sad thing is that many of my fellow conservatives are stuck in what author and Professor Todd Rose has called a collective illusion on gun safety. Collective illusions are when we continually act out of our own best interests because we believe that others believe something different than they do. In short, we want to comply to the tribe. We want to make sure that our opinion aligns with our tribe when we don't actually know what the tribe believes. Conservatives believe that other conservative fellow gun owners are against gun safety measures. They worry in supporting gun safety that it will seem like they're for gun control, and so they stay quiet. That is despite the fact that multiple polls, including polls that were released by Fox News just a few weeks ago, have demonstrated that 88% of law-abiding gun owners believe in background checks, and a majority support raising the legal age to buy assault weapons and strengthening red flag laws. Just a few days after the school massacre in Uvalde, in 24 hours, 250 self-proclaimed Republican gun enthusiasts signed a letter of support for the bipartisan efforts to improve gun safety in a full-page ad in the Dallas Morning News. This number ballooned to over 600 Republicans in just a few days. But still, our collective illusions and desire to want to conform to what we believe our base wants keeps us quiet, which makes those that agree but stay quiet complicit. Who are you protecting by being silent? I urge all Americans who believe in responsible gun ownership to come out of the shadows and share your story. Now is the time to have honest, civil conversations, to break through the cycle of politics and break through the collective illusion and finally share our truth. We should all be free to send our children to schools, to shop for groceries, to attend events without the danger of gun violence. I ask our elected officials to have courage, to demonstrate leadership and enact reforms that a majority of Americans support. Reforms that reduce gun violence, that save lives and increase gun safety while respecting the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Antonio Thomas, and I work at YPC. I'm a life coach, and my experiences with gun violence, I'm 50 years old. When I was younger, it wasn't as bad with a lot of guns on the street, but I was shot before, you know, and from that experience of hanging out and being around the youth, I see more and more guns coming on the streets, and the type of guns is just out there. And I worked in CPS, that's Chicago Public School System, as a assistant teacher, and I just seen a lot of children. I've been to a lot of funerals that people that died from gun violence at a young age, had family members pass at a young age, you know, just trying to live a day-to-day life. And all the guns, it needs to be some type of regulation on it, a cap on it. Only certain type of individuals need to have and possess guns to make our streets better, you know, because some of our children are just scared to walk to school. My little cousin, 8 years old, you know, the school is just 3 blocks around the corner, rather want to get drove to school because she's scared she might get shot just walking to school. So we have a big problem that I feel that legislators need to, you know, get involved and change that by good, strong gun laws.
Hi, my name's Caroline Gibbons. I live in the South Loop of the city of Chicago, and I'm asking you to please improve the gun safety in this country. Children should not have to fear being in school. Parents should not have to worry about their children going to school and being murdered. School is supposed to be a safe haven, a place that is a center of our community, a safe place. There's a whole host of other issues and consequences of our gun issues, and that is we're putting so much resources, police effort, investigations, tax money that could be used in other places like education or supporting the environment. And finally, the shootings on the streets in Chicago are making it difficult for people to feel safe here, feel comfortable, and want to stay. So it's affecting our taxes, our real estate values, and our retirement plans. It's really harming the quality of life for everybody, whether you're 5 or 105. Please do everything you can to improve the gun safety. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniel Webster. I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins University, and I'm co-director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. Happy to be part of this filibuster and to share a little bit of my own perspective. I've been studying gun violence and ways to prevent it for roughly 30 years now. And gun violence can seem as though it is inevitable and that there's nothing we can do about it. But the research that I've done, my colleagues have done at Johns Hopkins, and colleagues around the country have done, really says the opposite, that there are ways to prevent gun violence. And there are particular policies that really make a difference to lower the rate of gun violence. May not eliminate gun violence completely, but these measures can translate into many lives saved from multiple forms of gun violence. What we know from our research is that the huge gaps in our background check system really enable guns to flow into the underground market, where they're used to commit violent crimes and loss of life on a regular basis in communities all throughout the country. We know that when states address that gap, fewer guns get diverted into this underground market. We also know that the most effective way to reduce gun violence and to keep guns out of the wrong hands is to couple background checks, comprehensive background checks for all gun transfers with a licensing requirement for handgun purchasers. We've been able to demonstrate in our research that that can lead to roughly a 30% reduction in both firearm homicides and firearm suicides. We even see that they have a significant effect in reducing fatal mass shootings and shootings involving law enforcement, both as victims and as those who commit the shootings as well. We also know that generally our standards for legal gun ownership are too low. It's a misconception that everybody with a violent past is prohibited from being able to purchase firearms, possess, and now to carry concealed guns in many places. We know from the research that when you actually address those gaps, when you prohibit individuals with restraining orders for domestic violence or violent misdemeanor crimes from being able to purchase and possess guns, that translates into less violence and to more lives saved. We also know that laws requiring safe storage translate into saved lives. So there are many things that Congress can do to address the huge gaps that we have in our laws. These translate into lives saved. It's been documented in our research, and it motivates us to continue to find more solutions to this enormous public health crisis that we have. I'll also just sort of conclude with really a plea that we need Congress to continue to fund research, to find answers to the best solutions to one of our biggest public health crises that we have. We went for roughly a generation with no public health funding for gun violence research. Thankfully, that started to change, so we need to continue that. There are young people around the country who really want to dedicate themselves to understanding and contributing to this science so that we have solutions to address gun violence. We need public support to do that. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts.
Hello, my name is David Gilmore, and I'm a high school teacher in a small town in rural Connecticut. Last December, an 18-year-old senior was in a study hall with his Chromebook looking at AR-15 style assault weapons on his Chromebook. It was seen by another nearby student who reported it to the school administration. The investigation that followed revealed that this student had documents and postings in his computer in which
we had a multitude of guns at the farm.
shotguns, rifles, and 1 handgun. The only time a shot was ever heard in our home was the day my brother blew his brains out. I never supported guns. I always thought that gun control was a necessity. I also recognized that no amount of gun control could have prevented the suicide that broke my heart. I also recognize that in 99.9% of the mass murders in this country, gun control would do a lot to prevent those. A 14-day waiting period, a true in-depth background check with red flag laws would have stopped so many of these killings that we cannot ignore the necessity for stringent, well-enforced gun laws. Please don't ignore this problem any longer.
Hi, my name is Darlene Rainey, and I'm here because of the gun violence. My son, Lamont William Medea Jr., was 24, and on 8/8/2018, he was getting ready to go to China to play ball. He was going down on Gregg Street to work out. A car pulled up, shot from the car, he went down. Then the shooter got out and shot him until he killed him, basically. I'm against gun violence because guns in the wrong hands are killing too many of our people, our children. And it's outrageous that we have to, as a mother, have to say rest in peace, have to close the casket to our child. And I've been fighting for almost 4 years. It will be 4 years on 8/8/2018. Congress, I'm begging you, you need to do something about these guns. It's not fun out here. Kids are ducking bullets. They can't go to school. They can't go to the ice cream truck without somebody taking their lives. I am my son's voice now. It has been silenced by no choice of his. My son was 24. He was getting ready to live his best life. His dream finally came true. And he was hunted down. Assault rifles, the manufacturers need to ban those. We don't need them in our communities. Nobody's hunting in our communities with an AR-15. Nobody's hunting in our neighborhoods with extended clip. My son was shot 10 times. And on his death certificate it says multiple gunshot wounds. Multiple, I don't know if it stops at a certain number, but my son's was 10. And I didn't find it out from an autopsy because they refused to give me an autopsy. I had to find it out from the funeral home. So I'm here to beg you, pass this bill. Stop worrying about whether it's a Democratic thing, a Republican. You all need to come together and do what needs to be done for our communities, for our children, for our schools. There's no point in nobody walking up into anywhere firing shots off. Ban the video games, that's a part of it too. Because if you look at the doorbell rings, all you see is video games. Who aims a gun behind them and shoot? Where's that bullet going? We don't know. They don't know. We need to stop the gun violence. This is my fight for the last almost 4 years, stopping gun violence. You see something, say something, open your mouth. Stop sitting silent. That's how the ones in my son's case was caught. I got out there and I protested. And I said, if you see something, say something. Today is my son. Tomorrow it could be your brother, your father, your mother, your grandmother. You could be sitting in the house and a bullet come through the window. It had no names. The manufacturers need to cut down on manufacturing these guns, the bullets, extended clips. You need to be held accountable. We're sitting here saying rest in peace. We're sitting here crying. We're sitting here missing our family members at the dinner table. I just turned 60 years old 2 days ago, and my son was not here to celebrate with me. He wasn't here to say, Mom, happy birthday. But it doesn't matter to Congress because you're up there sitting in Congress and looking out at what I don't know, because it's not the people. You want our votes until you get in there. But then you're sitting turning your head and not paying attention to what the people are asking. You need to do what you were elected to do, to look out for the people. Keep us safe. You are not sitting where we are. Nobody's getting to you shooting through your windows, shooting down your sidewalk, because you're not in our neighborhoods. You're somewhere else because you can afford to be somewhere else. And I'm sick and tired of hearing rest in peace. I'm sick and tired of making buttons. My attire for the day is wearing a button of my son's face saying, long live Tree, rest in peace. On my back says, we're losing too many. We are losing too many people to gun violence. And it's a shame. There's blood running down the streets. And who are we to hold accountable for that? Somebody needs to raise their hand and say, oh, I'm going to take part to do something different. Because you need to do something different. My son don't have another chance. His son doesn't have another chance. My son, baby, turned a year old 5 days after he was buried. He had one Father's Day with his son. One Father's Day. I haven't seen my grandson in 2 years because my son is not here. I don't have any rights to see him because I'm just a grandparent after having him for 18 months because the system say so. So I'm begging you, stop sitting, turning your head, looking the other way. We're the ones hurting and trying to patch our families back together, patch our lives back together. We're the ones that waking up during the middle of the night thinking about that loved one that we had to bury. And I had to put my son in a mausoleum because I didn't know who did it. And I said I didn't want them coming tearing his grave up. So I go and I celebrate his life because he's my son. He meant something to me. This is not just a face a mom would love. He has so many friends. I go to the cemetery and I see, well, people go there all the time. And it encourages me because my son's life wasn't in vain. And he lived here for a moment. Regardless of how he died, he touched a lot of lives. It was over 10,000 people at my son's funeral. I have a documentary out on Oxygen. It's called The Final Moments. The Streets Are Talking, episode 8. You need to watch it and you can see the evidence of gun violence. My son was gunned down right on the video. And I'm sick of them turning around and turning their heads, well, there's nothing we could do. Maybe we could do it tomorrow. Tomorrow may never come for a lot of us. It may never come. We need to wake up. We, Democrats, Republicans, you all need to stand up and stand together. That's what we elect you for. Don't sit up there and act like this is your world. It's not your world. We put you there and we can take you out of there. And you need to stand up and be counted for. Don't turn your head. Make a number count. The numbers, how many are in Congress? You all need to band together because it's not your world. NRA, we don't need you. We don't need you backing these guns that don't need to be in our community. Who can hunt with an AR-15? What are you going to be eating? Necessary. We don't need it. Get rid of it. We don't need it. We're not in the military. And anybody that buys it at the gun show, they're not in the military. They need to be banned. They shouldn't be able to get easy access to. They need to raise the gun laws to be able to buy a gun at the age of 25. Because why do you need it at 21? You should be in college, getting an education. I have 6 kids. I had 6 kids that's living. None of them went and got an AR-15 because that wasn't the most important thing to them. School, education, providing for you, getting a better education, owning your own business. I have some that have 2 and 3 businesses. Some went to college. But they're not out here running down the street like Dylan Walsh, playing target practice, and then get off and go take a trip to the White House. What is that? Give somebody a trip to the White House that passed kindergarten through 12th grade and then college and trying to do better for themselves, trying to make a difference, reach one and bring one up. These children is what make the world go round, but they're being killed off. They're being murdered off. They're plucking them off. Why? Because that's our future. Guns don't need to be out here. Congress, get off your behinds and do what you're supposed to do. I'm sick of seeing you on MSNBC turning your head, because I do watch that. And it makes no sense to sit up there and turn your head, and people are steady at the funeral home, steady leaving the burial ground, leaving their loved ones there. My son was somebody. He was mine. He was our family. He was our whole world. When the family circle is broken, it's broken. And you cannot put it back together. Nothing that Congress can do can put it back together. Guns in the wrong hands kill people. My son, I watched the documentary 3 times, not knowing where my son was shot at because nobody told me. When the detectives do a little sketch, everywhere that my son was shot at, somebody had to have been to the gun range, because there's no way you're going to hit a moving target like that. And I looked at all the wounds. It was in the main places to take him down. He was 6'6", 6'7". And if you watch the video, you can see him running and going to the ground. You hunted my son like an animal. And what am I supposed to do? I am his voice, and I'm going to keep on speaking out. I don't care who get elected and who don't get elected. If you can't solve the problem, then you need to leave. We're asking you to vacate your seat. If you're going to sit there and not pay attention to what we're saying, you need to leave. Go back to Kentucky, wherever you come from. We don't need you here in Washington, D.C., because the change is going to come. You're going to put up or you're going to shut up and get out, because that's your next step, because we're not going to stand for it. Numbers matter. If we have to protest every day or do whatever we have to do, it will get done. Trust and believe that, because my son dying won't be in vain. And I do believe in God. Trust and believe. And I know that God had another plan for him. Even though his life was taken, God had another plan, because he's touched so many people even after his death. And I will not be silent. I will not be silent. Congress, put up, shut up, or get out. And that's what we're here to say. The families, the victim families, we're here to tell you that we're coming. And you're going to hear us over and over again until you decide to change. I don't know, you must have a black heart because you're not getting it. But you're going to get it, because we're going to make you get it. And I thank God for you all being here. I thank God for you all speaking up for your family members, because their voices are silent. And mine will not be silent, because this is my voice. My son, Lamont William Adair Jr. His life will live on through us. Thank you all.
My name is Michael Waters. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm a pastor. I'm a professor. I'm an author. I'm an activist. But I come to stand now as a parent. All parents know this look. That look of quiet but unresolved fear and concern. I saw that look upon the countenance of my youngest daughter only a few weeks ago, after we had watched the evening news. Knowing that look, I inquired of her, "Baby girl, what's going on?" She said in a very clear voice, "Dad, I'm afraid. I don't want my brother or sister to go to school tomorrow." What we had just witnessed on the news were the reporters were speaking of those 19 children those two teachers were gunned down in cold blood in their school. She had just heard reports that the children were so disfigured by those gunshots that they needed DNA to determine who they were. She had heard about a young girl who happened to wear green Converse shoes with a little heart drawn on the toe. And that was the way that the parents could identify her body. You know, when we send women and men into warfare, we give them 2 dog tags. They place those tags around their neck that should they fall on the battlefield, their bodies can be identified. They could be returned to their families. After that conversation with our daughter that night, I found myself paying more attention to the shoes that rest at the threshold of our home. I don't know that I've ever paid so much attention to shoes before, to become intimately acquainted with them. That should tragedy befall my family, I'd have a means of identifying my loved ones. It seems to me that elected officials right here on Capitol Hill have determined that it's okay to send our children into danger. It's okay to send them as off on a battlefield into war. It's okay to send our elders into the grocery store, not sure if they'll come back with their lives intact. It's okay to send our loved ones to the movie theater, unsure of whether they will return with their lives intact. It's okay to gather at our various houses of worship, maybe never to receive our loved ones again. I wonder if they've looked at the shoes adorning their family members' feet. I wonder if they've ever investigated those shoes to make sure that if tragedy were to befall their family, they'd have a means of identifying them. Legislators, we want you to know that while many of us are people of faith, we reject your prayers and your thoughts. Your prayers and your thoughts roll off the tongue quite easily, but have no meaning if they're not backed with courage to make a difference. It was Dr. King who once said that the true measure of a person is not where they stand in times of comfort and convenience, but where they stand in times of controversy and challenge. And we want to know, where will you ultimately stand? Are you okay with our entire nation being a battlefield? Are you okay with the countless parents identifying their children by their shoes? Are you okay with this battlefield we call America? Are you okay with putting profits over people? Are you okay in offering enough lip service when we demand change? In fact, the thing that hardens me It's not so much you, but it's the persons who are watching and speaking in this hour. I find courage not in your lack of courage, but in the accountability we now demand. We want it to be very clear, Congress, that the blood is on your hands. And there's something we learn about blood in the book of Genesis. Out for justice. The wringing of the blood of 19 children in Uvalde, Texas. Do you hear the ringing and crying out of the blood in Buffalo, New York? Do you hear the sound of the blood of the 9 who gathered at Mother Emanuel in Charleston? The blood crying out for justice. In every municipality, in every state, all across this nation, we will demand that you hear. We will demand that you bring change. And we won't stop showing up, and we won't stop fighting until justice rolls like waters. And righteousness like a mighty stream. I must say that there were no words of consolation I could offer my daughter. I couldn't assure her that her siblings would be safe the next day. I can't assure her that her friends will never have violence visited upon them. I could not assure her at that moment that even you, legislature, would do what was necessary to change the laws. But the one thing I could assure is that I won't stop fighting until you do.
Good afternoon. I am Reverend Angela Brown, a deacon in the United Methodist Church, serving the United Methodist Churches in San Francisco as the Minister of Community Engagement, Advocacy, and Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to address this public health crisis of deaths caused by guns in this country. If we declare this cause of death as a public health crisis, we will find resources and support legislation to address the crisis. I want to address today a specific topic that I have not heard much discussion about. In the past several years, I have organized and participated in several demonstrations to stop the gun shows held at a facility owned by the City and County of San Francisco, but in San Mateo County. I am proud to say that the gun shows were eventually stopped, but during our protests, I witnessed on many occasions persons who had purchased large quantities of ammunition, quantities so large that they had to be carried out on luggage carts, or similar objects. More ammunition than one person could use for target practice or hunting. This sight I found very disturbing, and it still haunts me to this day. Because after most shootings, mass shootings, it is revealed that the shooter had a stockpile of ammunition. As a person and woman of faith, interested in sensible gun laws, like most Americans, I have not seen legislation addressing what I will call the excessive purchase of ammunition. As part of sensible gun legislation, I want a restriction on the amount of ammunition purchased and background checks conducted on those attempting to buy such excessive amounts of ammunition. The type of ammunition that is purchased should also be a factor that is taken into consideration when drafting this legislation. There is ammunition that can be purchased today whose sole purpose and design is to obliterate as many organs in the human body as possible upon impact. The coroner in Uvalde, Texas, will not speak to this day of the damage done to the bodies of the victims killed by the ammunition used. Please, please include excessive ammunition purchases in future sensible gun legislations. Thank you for your time and for your attention.
I am Reverend Carolyn Foster. I was born and raised and continue to live in Birmingham, Alabama, which is the latest site for a shooting in a place of worship. Places that used to be considered safe are no longer safe because of our gun violence. Out of curiosity today, I Googled children shot in Birmingham, Alabama, and you would be surprised the number of hits that I got. 2 children shot accidentally in Inslee. That's a neighborhood not very far from where I live. 4 years old and 1 year old. A 9-year-old girl shot in Kingston, another neighborhood in Birmingham. 2 men and 1 6-year-old shot while driving a car. A girl shot, caught in a crossfire, were the first 5 that I just stopped at. Children playing in parks, playing in their own homes, at church. No place is safe anymore because of gun violence. Alabama is the 2nd in the nation for gun violence, according to Everytown, and the 3rd highest rate of homicides and assaults in the U.S. is Alabama. And now we, too, are victims of going to church for a potluck supper and dying. This must stop. And Congress has the power to make it stop. When 9 out of 10 Congresspeople call themselves Christian and yet legislate evil, I question their Christianity. I question their calling, and I question who they are accountable to. Today I had the privilege of meeting with 2 of my elected officials in this Congress. And I asked the question, if the majority of people in this country support sensible gun legislation, why is it not happening in the Congress? And both legislators' officers told me because they are accountable to the NRA. And then it hit me. I had a vision when they both said the same thing, that the NRA has become a golden idol to our Congresspeople, a golden idol. And as a Christian, as a faith leader, it is my job and our job to pull down golden idols. It's idolatry. So to my Congresspeople, I quote Isaiah, "Woe to you who legislate evil and make the needy your prey." It's time to stop making our people prey to gun violence. I heard this week someone said that as faith leaders, we are called to feed the sheep and to fight the wolves. I am ready to fight wolves, and I vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Powell. I'm the pastor of Redeemed Life Church in Azusa, California. I'm also the husband to Bonnie Brocato Powell, the father to Anthony Powell Jr., Leilani Olivia Powell, Alana Rose Powell, and Isla Xiomara Powell. Call me crazy, but I think it should be safe for my family to be able to go to the grocery store. Call me crazy, but I think it should be safe for my parishioners to worship God. Call me crazy, but I think it should be safe for my kids to go to school and come back alive. So is it unthinkable, is it unreasonable to believe that these places that we frequent, these places that we gun violence, that there should actually be active measures done to ensure that guns don't fall into the hands of people who have no business carrying guns? Call me crazy to think that we should live in a country that actually values human rights above gun rights. So the more I think about this pursuit of happiness in this country that I love so much, I think that it should be our rights to live in a place where the threat of gun violence isn't something that we have to deal with every day. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. It's stupid for me to continually have to turn on the television screen and see yet another and another and another instance of gun violence. It's crazy for me to have to watch my stomach turn as I have to turn to my children who are sitting next to me and do my best to reassure them that going to school is safe when it ain't safe. But I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. And it should not be crazy for me to think that the people that we elect to offices of government would see the severity of this problem at the level that it actually is. People are losing their lives sensibly, and it does not have to be that way. I'm not urging you. I'm telling you because we elect you. Do something. Do what you can do. Don't leave another parent, don't leave another community that yet another person has lost their lives to gun violence when you have the power to stop it. Do your job.
My name is Alexis Busetti. I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm a wife. I'm a mother of 4 children. I'm also a friend. And recently, in the matter of only a few days, I texted a girlfriend of mine. She's a girlfriend that we text often about what we're watching on TV, and we send funny gifts to each other, and I sent her a text to ask her how she was doing after the shooting in Buffalo, New York, because she's an African-American woman, and we've walked together for years. Her answer is she wasn't okay. A few days later, she returned my text. She said, "How are you doing? I know you're a mother, and I know you have to send your kids to school tomorrow." And my answer was the same. I'm not okay. When my boys, who are the exact same ages of the children who were killed in Uvalde, this past year just finished 4th and 2nd grade, came home early in the year, they told me about an incident they had had at school. Now, this is the first year that it has felt semi-normal post-COVID, and they're young, and so their school experience has been limited. And they told me about an incident that they had at school, which was a drill. And this drill was to prepare them for intruders that would come violently wanting to hurt them at school. Talented class and is probably more articulate than me by a long shot. And my 2nd grader sat and told me very factually what had happened in school. And as a parent, I tried to mask my horror. When I was growing up as a girl in Oklahoma, we used to have drills in school for tornadoes. We would get lined up in the hallway outside of our classrooms where the cinder block wall would meet the concrete floor, and we would be in a similar to a child's pose in yoga and put our hands, fingers interlocked behind our necks. Like this was going to do something when the active god of a tornado might come through the school. We got used to it as we did as children growing up in Tornado Alley, as they call it. But we knew two things. One, that wasn't helping us in a tornado. But the second thing was that tornadoes are acts of God, uncontrollable by humans. If a tornado came, it would be devastating, but there would be nothing really that we could do about it. But I'm here to tell you that these drills that all of our children across the country are going through today are to save them from a devastation that is completely preventable. These are not acts of God. As has been said before me from my colleagues, these are acts of evil and violence. The work of, as we name in the faith community, the enemy. They are preventable by keeping guns out of the hands of bad guys. And I think that our members of Congress know this. When I spoke with my sons that day, they intellectualized what had happened. But as a parent, I could tell in their bodies that they weren't okay. That they knew that what had just happened was not okay. And I'll offer this. As our representatives, I think you know in your bodies that this is not okay. I think we have seen you intellectualize this. I think we have seen you debate this. I think we have seen you try and come at this from different sides and reason that is actually unreasonable. And I think you know in your guts that what is happening is not okay. And so I would ask you, I would urge you, as my colleagues have said, I would tell you, this is not okay. You are in positions where you can do something about it, and it is long past time that you do. Thank you.
My name is Melanie Taylor. I currently live in Houston, Texas, and I'm tired. I'm here today on Capitol Hill because I was blessed with an opportunity to meet with members of the House and the Senate. But I don't want to be up here. I'm up here because my conscience wouldn't allow me to let this opportunity to speak pass me by. Because I felt a responsibility to use the opportunity that I've been given to say what seems to be common sense at this point. So what I don't understand is, as someone who is not a politician, nobody voted for me to be here, no one probably knew that I would be here today, and yet I'm using my voice and what's within my power and my responsibility to say what makes sense on behalf of those that can't. So if I'm able to do that, why is that too much to ask for our representatives who are elected, whose role it is to represent and to protect the people and to protect our nation? We cannot continue to allow the trauma of violence to reverberate through our communities. I don't know anyone personally who was in Buffalo who was affected by that shooting. I don't know anyone in Uvalde. I don't know anyone who was at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. I don't know the Asian women that were gunned down in Atlanta. I don't know any of the worshipers in California who were gunned down in their congregation. And yet, I feel that violence reverberating through my own body. We shouldn't have to be in intimate relationship with someone who's been impacted by gun violence to know that this is wrong. It shouldn't have to affect us personally for us to do something to prevent it, because we're all responsible. We are all responsible. And I just can't help but notice how these instances of gun violence continue to impact the most vulnerable, the marginalized, the elderly, our school children, communities of color, immigrant communities, the undocumented. We have a responsibility to advocate for those who may never get this opportunity to stand in the House before a camera. And I just wanted to say that today, and for us to understand that this is not only impacting us in this moment, but this trauma is reverberating through generations. We're talking about grade school kids here who will never be the same. So thank you for listening.
I'm Janet from Springfield, Virginia, and I've written a poem for the People's Filibuster because I feel very strongly that we need sensible gun control. It's called Rooted. Trees stand tall with the sounds of chainsaws, road graders, bulldozers approaching. Their taproots grow deep, creating webs of smaller roots that hold the tree in place to meet its fate. They have no choice. Children hide under their desks with the sounds of AR-15 ammo exploding in the classroom next door. Shoppers hide in grocery aisles with bullets flying into bodies around them. We have a choice. Much has been said about who are the shooters and why, but there's one thing they all have in common: the gun. Let's start there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Ritz, and I live in Tucson, Arizona. I am a retired Master Sergeant in the Army National Guard, and today we're having a People's Filibuster. Filibuster's purpose is to talk directly to members of Congress about their lack of action on gun control. As a soldier for 24 years, my husband spent 32 years, I've trained soldiers for war.